So the airspace around El Paso was closed. That had to do with credible threat from one of the cartels that has drones. I don't think people realize just how dangerous the world is becoming. Being on a boat, Houthi rebels want to bomb boats. That becomes a problem. It doesn't take a lot to take down an airplane. I don't think people quite grasp. Commercial airliners in large jets, jumbo jets, are not designed to be hit with foreign objects. If you remember, Captain Sullenberg, both of the engines got hit by birds and they ended up putting the jet down in the Hudson River. That's because airplane turbines are not designed in such a way to be interfered with. So it really wouldn't take much for an interested party who is dead set on violence to bring down a commercial aircraft. You would just have to fly 2 medium-sized drones or a handful of small drones into each engine on a jet, and that would be the end of the jet's airborne capability. It's a shame that the world just can't get rid of them all already. Who are you talking about? The cartels? Are you talking about the drones? Are you talking about air travel? I mean, I'm going to need a little specificity on who you're saying that we should get rid of. Because remember, it's really, really easy to solve all your problems. The cartels and the rebels. Well, right, but here's the problem. Who's to say that the Houthi rebels are the problem? And this is an interesting thing where people say it would be easy to get rid of them. Sure, it would be easy to get rid of them, but that's not the point of the social contract. That's not the point. Like, why are the cartels operating the way they do? I don't 100% blame poor people when they steal for items of necessity. I blame a society that allows people to be poor and need items of necessity. We have, just in America, okay, just in America, we have changed dramatically in my lifetime, okay? In just my lifetime, I remember going to my grandparents' house, and my grandparents lived in Chicago, and all the houses were duplex bungalows all down the street. And then my family owned the old candy store on the corner. And we were allowed, at first, when I was young, when I was like 5 and 6, this was my grandparents' house, 1, 2, 3, then yeah. We were allowed to play from this house to the candy store. This is what we were allowed to play. We had to stay in front of the houses. We could be in our backyard, like the backyard to my grandparents' house, or we had to be on the street. And if Papa was sitting on the porch, he had to be able to see us. And then very shortly thereafter, because that neighborhood changed very, very rapidly, we couldn't even go outside anymore. We were restricted to basically the front little garden, and they preferred us to be in the backyard. We're a society that within one generation went from the front street to the front yard to the backyard to inside. Inside one generation, the norms became, people used to have front porches. I don't know if some of you are old enough. I don't know if some of you to remember this. People used to sit on the front porch every night, talk, neighbors would walk, people would be seeing the dogs. I mean, man, a 1-mile walk with your dogs would turn into like a 3-hour affair because you would stop and talk to everybody. Now, people don't even like you going to their door unannounced. If you're not expected, then you're not invited. we have had a critical breakdown of society, of the village. Like, for example, my daughter at school, my 12-year-old, she's in 7th grade, and I don't know what it is about the magical grade of 7 with girls. Makes me want to say all girls have to be homeschooled for their 7th grade year. We're not going to have a 7th grade at any schools anymore. My daughter did something stupid. She got in trouble for it at school. She got in trouble for it at home because parenting has to be school discipline has to carry on at home. Otherwise, the kids are like, oh, I can get in trouble at school and nothing happens to me. Well, the other girl involved, her mother confronted my wife. What the fuck is wrong with people? Whatever happened to parents going and talking to parents? Get the school involved. Okay, then my kid gets in school suspension. But now, your dumbass kid went to the school because your kid couldn't talk to you or her father, and you two are divorced. And now, because your kid has said some stuff to the school, now you're facing CPS investigations. When all it would have taken is to be a decent community member, a decent neighbor, and just come over, ring the doorbell, and be like, hey, there's a problem with the kids. Because the parents should be able to talk, but we've turned into the society of not my kid. I'm probably the last bastion of the responses, we need to talk about the kids. What'd my kid do? I'm the last bastion of, I'm gonna blame my own kid, because I'm being honest, I know what kind of little asshole. Yeah, my kid would never do that if I had a nickel for every time I heard that. I've never said that. Now, after you've told me the story, I've said, I don't think that story is in the middle. I think we are way to the right or way to the left of center. That doesn't sound like something my kid would have the opportunity to do. I'm not saying my kid might not be involved, but that's definitely not something my kid would have the opportunity to do, because I don't give my kids carte blanche to be able to get into stuff like that. Like yesterday, my daughter is 20. Now, my daughter is 20 and she has a lot of medical issues, mental health issues. So my 20-year-old has a car. She is required to keep her Life 360 on because of her current medical issues. If we haven't seen the dot move, because we can see the dot move inside of her apartment. So if the dot has been there for like 12 consecutive hours, she's only a mile away. We got her apartment just a mile away so that we can check on her. We love her. She's our daughter. But if we don't see the dot up, we go over there, ring the doorbell, force her to get up. Are you alive? Because she has a medical issue that could kill her. We also forced her to have her Life 360 on, because if she gets into a car accident, she can just press the I've been in an accident button and I'm on my way. She doesn't have to get on the phone. She doesn't have to talk, because I'm going to show up, because she's not going to be able to communicate. She's autistic and she has shutdowns. So you're going to have a cop there, and he's probably not going to speak sign language, and my kid is going to be signing, and I'm going to be like, let me translate. But if without that Life 360 button, I've had some people say, well, she's 20 years old, you shouldn't be monitoring her. She's a mental health patient. She's got a medical condition that can kill her. She locks up during periods of conflict. Yes, I should. You're right. I shouldn't have Life 360 on her phone. You're absolutely right. I should have bought a different house with an in-law suite so she's in my house. That's what I should have done. Know what I'm saying? You moved into a duplex and you decided you would be nice and bring your neighbor's brownies. You were not invited in. Yeah. That's what's happened. People don't want to have neighbors anymore. People don't want to be part of the village. And if you remember, it takes the village to raise the idiot. I'll get to the school shooting in Canada. In trust, people went from trusting each other to not trusting the teacher to not trusting each other as parents. They'd rather just trust the kids who like to lie or tell half-truths. Right. Apparently, I can't even drink coffee this morning. But we have people that shouldn't be teachers as teachers because we've lowered the standard for teachers so much. For example, I went to the, I had to go to the school last Tuesday about this thing with my daughter. And I walk in, and there's my daughter's phone sitting on the table. I know it's my daughter's phone because I recognize the case. I sit down, everybody sits down, and the principal starts talking, and I take out my Pendaflex, and I've got it open, and I'm taking notes. As the principal's talking, I'm taking notes. And you can see everybody in the room getting nervous because I'm writing down, and he's talking. It says, and I'm interrupting. And what time was that? 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 And he's like, oh, I don't know. I said, okay, is it before or after? Is it before or after you were on the phone with me? And so the principal's trying to go on this run over me speech. And I was like, hold up. Are you, and there's in the room, it's the principal, the vice principal, the school resource officer, and the seventh grade social worker. And as the principal's talking, I held my hand up. I said, are you aware that you violated the law? And the principal and the assistant principal are like, no, we didn't. I said, did you separate my daughter from a telecommunications device that is my property that I gave to my daughter? And they said, yes, our concern was, thank you for admitting it. I looked at the officer. I said, you will note at this time, he has admitted he broke the law. And the principal damn near came out of his chair. Well, that's not what I said. No, I asked you a question. You answered in the affirmative in front of law enforcement. And then he's like, well, he's not here as law enforcement. I looked over at the cop. I said, excuse me, officer. According to your departmental policies, are you wearing your badge right now? And he said, yes. I said, are you wearing your police-issued firearm? He said, yes. I said, I see you're wearing tactical armor. Is that your personal armor, or is that what's issued by the police department? He said, it's issued. I said, so according to the state, you are armed up, badged up, tacked up. You are operating as a police officer in the capacity as a school liaison officer. And he said, yes, that is correct. I looked at the principal. I said, he doesn't stop being law enforcement just because he's here at the school, and you've just admitted to a crime. And the principal's like, what? He's tripping over his dick and his tongue. And I said, did you call legal? Did you call the school board attorney before you illegally seized my daughter's phone? He said, well, I called human relations. I said, what does human relations have to do with the legality of you taking my daughter's phone? And the vice principal said, well, I think we're getting off track. I said, well, you're in the room with my daughter's confiscated phone, so I think you're next. I'll get to you. I said, first of all, we can't be doing illegal things, no matter what our intentions are. And the vice principal was like, well, how should we have handled it? I said, you had me on the phone an hour ago, before you confiscated the phone. You could have asked my permission to confiscate the phone. And I could have chosen to grant it, or at the time, I would have said, no, you do not have permission, and you don't have the authority to do it. Then these two numbnuts say, well, according to our handbook. You mean this handbook that's in my Pendaflex, where the word phone and cell phone are conjoined with the word student 22 times? And nowhere in it does it say you have the right to confiscate the phone from their locker if it's turned off and powered off. And that's when, not to be a dickhead, but we're going to do things the right way. Now, I had my daughter called down. I corrected my daughter, and I said, we're done with this issue. I said, now moving on, since you've dragged me down here, I have a whole laundry list of things we need to cover. We have unqualified people teaching our kids. Just like I say we have unqualified police officers being police officers, We have unqualified judges being judges. We have unqualified, teachers teaching kids. We have people with the bare minimum Bobby social worker is the social worker that goes and works at Child Protective Services. And why is it the bare minimum Bobby social worker works at Children's Services? Because it's a government job. It has a lower barrier of entry, and they need to go in and they need to get something on their resume before they're going to be able to get a better job. They need a paycheck while they work on all their other credentialing for them to become. And it's 50 states, 50 rules. In my states, social workers can't have their own practice until they have an additional endorsement and 2,000 hours of supervised clinical work. That's just how it is. People went from trust. Yeah. Are the Discord ID changes due to a failure of parenting or just a corporation trying to cover its ass? I'm curious about your thoughts on what Discord is trying to do starting next month. Discord is following the law. Too many states. And the problem with the United States is we have one nation. We have 50 states. So on every topic, we have between 0 and 51 laws. Let me see something real quick. And I'll talk about a lot of Florida has said minors can't have social media, period. Now, do I think that there should be a law that says minors can't have social media, period? No. I think we need to recognize that kids are going to follow what the newest trend is. For example, somebody made a joke the other day, and I made the comment of porn is different now than it was when I was a teenager, when I was a preteen. Back in the day, you had to find whose parents had a porn movie stashed somewhere in the house. Now any kid with a phone can get on 50 different porn sites? And for a while they said, oh, we're going to lock our content behind a credit card. Well, now a kid can go and get a prepaid credit card, like a gift card, because it's Visa backed. And then they can use that to access their porn. Well, Discord is just the latest in the caught up of they're trying to, first of all, the United Kingdom and Australia have tighter regulations, and internationally, once some countries have laws and regulations, it becomes easier to take the entire platform to the most stringent rule set, because that way, if you make the UK's policy, and I'm going to assume the UK's policy is the most stringent. If you make the UK's policy your base policy, then you're always in compliance with the UK. Now, Florida says teenagers can't have social media. Missouri just passed some new age verification laws. So what Discord is doing is they're doing what is known as teen by default. And if your account is not age verified, it automatically gets more restrictive settings by default. And they will sell that data that we give. No, they won't. People need to stop that bullshit conspiracy that every single place that collects data is going to sell it. Because here's the experiment you can do. And most people never do it. They just want to bitch at the highest level. They don't actually want to catch people doing it. When you sign up for Yahoo, my first name is Christos, my middle name is Yahoo, my last name is Jalan. When I sign up for Gmail, my first name is Christos, my middle name is Gmail, my last name is Jalan. So that way, when you sell my data or give away my data, and I get an email that says Christos Yahoo Jalan, I can take that email, I can go to Yahoo and I can say, look, you Yahoos, you sold my data. How do I know that it was you? Because my middle name is your brand. You can do it with Gmail as well. Christos period, whatever website period, or 1 or 2 or whatever. I forgot how you do it exactly. But you put, it's the 1, the 2. You put the .1 on your username, and then you know it. .1 was here, .2 was there, .3 was there. Stops you from getting your whole email compromised. But then when you start getting spam mail, you'd be like, oh, it came from there. Yeah, and they don't need to sell it. Discord gets hacked all the time. I think we need to have, and unfortunately, we fall into a really dangerous mentality. Do you want to give up a little privacy for more security? I think the problem is, if I don't want my kid on Discord, I, as the parent, should be responsible to keep my kid off Discord. The very argument that parents have made that said these places have to better regulate, these places have to better regulate their websites. The courts should have said, you need to parent your kid better. Sell it, they get hacked information, the information got said. Yeah, but what are you worried about? Let me ask you a question. What information are you going to give to Discord that you're actually worried about? Your name and your birth date? Your name and birth date is undoubtedly already in 50 or more databases. Yeah, focus promotion over on Kick. You obviously are dumb. I'm already in the partner program. So are you just first of all, I would never message you on Discord for this nonsense. You're a terrible promoter, okay? And I'm already a Kick partner. So why are you messaging me? As long as they can't do anything with my ID number. Well, if I have your ID number, I own your identity. I can get your information a number of different ways, including from you. The majority of people are dumb. Social engineering is effective because it works. The other day, I was half asleep, the phone rang, the bank called. I looked down and it was my bank. The caller ID said my bank. They said, hello. I said, hello. They said, there's a problem with your account. I said, okay, give me my 6-digit verification number. And they said, well, you have to give us the verification number. I said, no, I know you're scamming me now because my bank has a 6-digit number. They feed to me when they're calling me. Once they give me that number, then I know what phone number to call back in because I know there's a problem with my account because my identity was completely stolen. So that ends the call. There's a problem with your bank. Please authenticate. Well, you have to give us the number. Nope. Just like if you call into a place, they're going to ask you to identify. If a place ever calls you asking to authenticate your identity, tell them no. Tell them I will call back in then. And when you call back in, the bank or the credit card or whatever is going to be like, we have no idea what you're talking about. That wasn't us. If it comes up, best thing you can do, I don't know about iPhones. I don't know anything about iPhones. I have Verizon spam detection. The only problem is not everywhere is responsible enough to vet their phone number. The doctor's office was trying to get in touch with me, but their number comes up as a probably spam number. It doesn't even ring my phone. I don't want to be bothered all fucking day. So if it's probably going to be a spam number, I don't even get it. Yeah, they're like, I can go in and talk to you in person. They're like, we don't have any offices in your city. Great, then you're not anybody I do business with. With companies being so trigger happy to sell our data, I have no reason to believe that giving a company my ID of information won't be used as a way to make money. The company cannot give away your ID. In America, if you take a photocopy of someone's ID, there is a laundry fucking list of things that they are required to do. It's like I went into a new doctor's office, and on their form it said social security number XXX-XX-XXXX, and I handed it back to them. And they said, we need your social security number. I said, there's no reason for you to have my social security number. Zero reason. And the woman at the front desk is like, well, we can't start you as a patient. I said, I'm not going to blame you for this. Go get the office manager. The office manager comes out and I said, I'm not going to give you my social security number because it is a federal crime for you to collect my social security number. Period. Dot. End of discussion. The office manager's like, well, everybody else gives it to us. I said, well, I'm not a lemming. Just because every other lemming jumps off the cliff, I'm not going to jump off the cliff. She's like, well, you're required to give it to us. I said, actually, lady, it is a federal crime for you to collect my social security number and use it for any purpose other than the administration of Social Security. Did you know that? I said, I'm looking at all of your filing cabinets that are unlocked. That's a violation of the federal law. You have to have all of those record cabinets secured in a locked room. Your front office lobby area does not meet the criteria of a locked records room. I said, so we could do one of two things. You can accept the fact you're not going to get my social security number, and if your system only allows you to load me in with the social security number, load me in as 999-99-9999. Or if you deny me being a patient, then I'm going to have this whole appointment time to be a pissed off person and call the Social Security Administration and report your ass. That's a $10,000 fine for every record that they find not in compliance. So which one is it? The office manager was like, welcome to being a patient. Load him in under all nines. They know they're not doing it right. But because people are fucking lemmings, people just do whatever they need to do. It's just like people, like Asmongold said something the other day.
It's having
I pulled this down because this is part of the reason why we're having such a problem with content creators. And what he said was this.
But then for you to use or ignore an opportunity where you could talk about something, maybe your audience doesn't like it, maybe you could educate them on it a little bit.
Educate them on it. This is my favorite word to see people like her use. Because this idea of educate implies some sort of intellectual superiority. Listen, if you're a video game streamer, the probability that you have to educate your audience on a real world issue is really fucking low.
But
so the problem with that idea, that statement is, just because at the time I was choosing to stream video games doesn't mean I suddenly don't have a lifetime of information. Because I choose to stream video games, I don't know about C Corp law. And as you've heard me say on my show, I can talk to you about doing business as, I can talk to you about pass-through income, I can talk to you about a limited liability company, and I can talk to you about a C Corp. If you ask me a question about an S Corp, I am simply going to say to you, I don't know. Because I've never owned one, I've never managed one, there was no point for me to have one. So there's not a reason for me to be able to talk to you about that. Yes, I was a video game streamer, but that doesn't mean when other video game streamers got their IRS audit notices that they didn't come to me and like, Jay, what the fuck do I do? And I was like, you didn't pay your taxes, baby. You grip the far end of the table, you spread those cheeks, and you tell the IRS agent to clap gently. Like, you simply say, I'm a dumbass. Like, and you basically don't fight them, don't be a jerk off about it. Feign ignorance, you know. I don't know enough how this info is protected. It makes me feel a little better if I decide to provide my ID to Discord or any platforms in the future. Well, again, Discord gets hacked all the time. So I don't, and people keep talking about you're going to have to give your ID to Discord. No, you're not. That's one of many ways. They're going to use AI age estimation from a short video selfie. Do you think there's any chance from a short video selfie that I'm going to pop as under 18? Like because people don't bother to read or research. My other question is this, ready? It's not like they're denying you access to Discord. What they're doing is, what they're doing is they're gonna put you on teen by default setting. They're going to put teen by default. So who cares? Unless you feel it necessary to use Discord at above teen by default, you're good. If you don't want to use Discord for above that, and the other problem is, what people are forgetting is, it's not your platform and you don't have a constitutionally protected right to Discord. It's a private platform. If they don't want you to use it, or you don't want to use it, don't use it. Telling people to say fuck ISIS will come up people telling others to say Narc was right, but he did misrepresent lie about the desert. Those two things are so completely, first of all, you didn't even equate that correctly, just so we're clear. That's you tried to correlate something that you didn't even correlate correctly. But second of all, we don't need to tie ICE to narc. They don't go together. That's like peanut butter and tuna fish. We're not making a sandwich out of that. And finally, narc was right, but ironically, narc was right in very much the same thing where what narc did, the same thing narc said about me, right?
Jalon was right. Jalon probably was right, but went about it the wrong way and self-sabotaged himself.
Narc probably was right, but in a moment of frustration, he made a video to over-exaggerate the point. If Narc hadn't gone to the undeveloped area of the desert, Steven wouldn't have had a leg to stand on. Fair point. I don't intend to look at porn or really any other adult content on Discord. Right. We all know that you have other porn sites that you use for that. I think people are becoming isolationists on a small scale. If someone's not a member of one's village or group, then those people don't make much of an impact and attempt to interact. I'm sure social media has a large part in the way humans interact now. You're right. What we have done is we have gone from the tribe to my tribe. And that is a very important distinction. A lot of people don't like Muslims, Arabians, Middle Easterners. I find one thing that they do very similar to like what the Vikings did and in certain language groups did. You didn't have a family name yet. They didn't have family names. Like I made the joke the other day where it's granddaughter, bint, stripper, bint, Jalan. Like when Middle Easterners have to give a name, like give their lineage back to a person that validates. Like my granddaughter is granddaughter bint stripper. My middle child's a stripper. Well, was a stripper. And people will be like, okay, well, there's lots of strippers. Bint Jalan. Oh shit, there's only one Jalan. You know what I'm saying? Like in other languages, it would be stripper Christos daughter, because they'd be like, my last name was daughter of my father. We stopped doing that. Well, we didn't. The Western world moved to family names. Your name was John Johnson. You were John, son of John, right? You were Richard Dickinson. Dick, what are you doing with your kid, man? It's fucking problems. Your last name of Silver was Silversmith. So you dropped off the Smith. When you had two blacksmiths in an area and they moved to family names, where do we get the name Black and where do we get the name Smith? Because there were two blacksmiths in that area, and when they transitioned to names, you had Black for blacksmith and Smith for blacksmith, but they differentiated the two lines. Cobbler, porter, all of the trades. Baker, Gester, Hauser, those are actual names. Gester, you ran the inn. You were the person that took care of the guests. Hauser, you were the one that had the other inn. You housed people. We no longer automatically assimilate into our family. Family breakdown, or family relations are breaking down because, as I said, in my mom's generation, this was my grandparents' duplex in Chicago. My grandparents lived there. Their older son lived there. My mom moved about 35 minutes away from my grandparents. My mom's older sister moved about 50 minutes away. The other uncle lived with my aunt. The little brother lived with the oldest sister while he was going to school. So their whole family, right, was within 50 minutes of each other. You used to see your family on holidays. Like, and I know so for some families, they're going to say, I still do that. And that's great. I 100% agree with that. My little cousin's lines, some people don't, when they first meet us and they don't know our story completely, they don't know if my little cousin is my little cousin or my little sister. Because we were raised together. I saw my little cousin every morning. I saw my little cousin at school. I saw my little cousin every day after school. There's no, there's a blurring of the older brother, little sister line between the cousins. Now, my other cousins I didn't see every day. So we're clearly cousins. That's healthy for a family. That's healthy to have that strong family knot. My little cousin has no siblings, and she just lost her mom and her dad in the same 2-week period. As you can guess, my phone gets blown up an awful lot. She's sad. We don't have those deep family ties anymore. What kids are doing now is they're finding their tribe. Kids are doing the Lord of the Flies sort of thing, and on social media, on Instagram, on TikTok, on that Snapchat, they're talking about stuff, and they're only getting each other's opinions. They're not getting the family opinion. How many families no longer have family dinner every night of the week? Because the world has changed. The world is different. One family I know, they have 4 daughters. I feel bad for the dad. I'm right there with you. The mom relies on the village because she's got a kid in this and a kid in this and a kid in this and a kid in this. Well, that family is close to our family. My daughter is best friends with the second daughter down. And so we get the kid home after bowling practice, so the mom has one less stop to make. We get the kid home from school. We get all the kids home from school for him. Well, we get the middle school kid home. Because now one kid's in high school, one kid's in middle school, 2 kids are in the grade school, but the schools all get out at different times. So we get the middle school kid home, so the mom can have like 5 minutes to sit down, get a drink, have a rest. Otherwise, that mom would spend, on a rainy day, would spend an hour nonstop. Pick one kid up, go to the house, pick the next kid up, go to the house, go to the next school, go back to the house. It'd be ridiculous. So I think that's a big part of the problem. But where I have an issue with what Asmongold said is, just because somebody chooses to stream video games doesn't mean the sum entirety of my knowledge is a video game streamer. Like, I can help people navigate now Twitch partner, Kick partner. I can help people with the baseline stuff. I have no idea what to do from here. Well, I mean, I do. Lots of people have given me advice. I just don't want to take the advice because I'm not going to stop being who I am. I'm not going to be fake to get followers and views and tips and bits and subs. I don't need the money, so I'm not going to be fake. I don't have the necessity to be fake. But Asmongold, if it comes, yeah, you're a video game streamer. So what makes you qualified then by your own criteria to tell any other streamer how to be popular? Well, the fact that you have repeatedly and consistently been one of, if not the top streamer for eras, that, yeah, be like, dude, shut up. You're just a WoW streamer. Why are you giving anybody advice? Because you can. Because you can educate people. He said he has 7 figures due in tax liability every year. So by default, he has some knowledge that other people aren't going to have. You don't have to be formally trained. I also don't think that it's intellectual superiority if you're going to educate somebody on something. And for me, I can speak directly to that. I was trained how to be an electrical engineer by an awful lot of people who didn't even have bachelor's degrees. Because in the Air Force, the enlisted do not have to get a bachelor's degree. They have to get a Community College of the Air Force associate's degree because that's a technical degree. I had a master's degree. I would never have said to any of my instructors, you can't teach me because I'm more educated than you. At the same time, I had Air Education and Training Command's people come and talk to me because they were like, is it true you have an MA in education? I said, yes, I have an MA in education. They said, will you write feedback reports on things we could do better from an educational perspective? Because they'd never had a student go through with an MA in education. You wear multiple hats. Like, for example, and you're right, Asmongold was a video game streamer before he is what he is now. Absolutely. To my knowledge, Asmongold has no kids. But that doesn't automatically mean he's disqualified from a discussion about parenting. Because he was a child at one point, he was a son, he can talk about the son-father, son-mother relationship. Just because he doesn't have... Now, I don't want to hear him talking about best practices of being a parent, but I would definitely listen to anybody who said, when I was a kid, this is my story. That's a great story. Did I hear about Charlie Kirk Free Speech Day in October? I will say a lot of people aren't happy with Charlie Kirk and what's happening with Charlie Kirk, but I think what happened with Charlie Kirk is absolutely a pivotal point in American history. And that is, the problem with freedom of speech is that everybody gets it. Even the most, even the most ignorant, uneducated, diabolical people get free speech, because the moment you try to put any guardrails or any limits on free speech, it's no longer free speech. It's permitted speech. Period. Dot. Not gonna lie, looking at this Epstein stuff made me understand why the communists acted the way they did towards the rich. That is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard anybody say, and there have been a lot of dumb things said on my show. Communists, the Epstein files had absolutely nothing to do with why communists look that way at the rich. Period. Dot. Because that sort of shit happens every day in America, not just with the rich. If the only people committing sex crimes against children were the ultra rich, you would at least have one table leg of a table to stand for. Right now, all you have is a really short plank on the floor. You have no table. You have no support to your argument. People abuse kids every day. Rich, poor, black, white, teachers, which is weird because all these teachers getting in trouble for having sex with kids, where were those fucking teachers when I was in school? Even the poor have private islands and government protection from the law. Again, that wasn't the argument you made. You said the rich. What about the poor people? What about the dad who had his daughter locked up in the basement for like 17 years? He wasn't rich. Are you telling me that abuse is less abuse? See, what you're trying to do is you're trying to do stratification of victims. Victims are all on the same level. In India, the communists just shoot rapists, rich or poor. Well, that would be interesting. I'm a little question. I'm going to question you on something. I have a question. And the first question I have is, when in the motherfuck did India become communist? Because I just checked the, I just checked because I wanted to make sure something didn't happen overnight while I slept. And India has been a parliamentary democracy since 1947. So If you're Indian from India, please go back to your school and slap all of your teachers for failing to educate you. India doesn't even have communistic properties. India is a democratic parliamentary system with socialist policies. Okay, red doesn't mean communist. Let me stop you. Let me stop you. You are talking so far out of your subject matter expertise. You just need to shut up. Because you don't know what you're talking about. Red doesn't mean communist. Because red, sure, Marxist, Leninist, Maoist. Yeah, and what? I'm glad that you can backpedal so quickly. Marxist, Leninist, Maoist is close to communist. No, it's actually not. They're not close to communist. They're not close to communist at all. Those three don't even get linked together. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, I'm gonna actually, you've gone so far off. They follow Marx, Lenin, and Mao. They fight communism. But you understand that Marxism is not a governmental system. Marxism is an economic system. Leninism is an economic and a governmental system. And Maoism focuses on the other end of the spectrum. So you're literally lumping in three completely. Yeah, their proposed government system is called New Democracy. No, none of those three individuals' proposed government system is called New Democracy. Not in the slightest. Those three schools of thought you just listed are well, first of all, those three schools are the step downs. Marxism is the purest core form of communism, but it has nothing to do with the government side of it. Marxism only talks about the economic side of it. The problem with communism is communism can never exist because communism doesn't overcome the flaw of everybody is equal except the people we make unequal to ensure everybody is equal. There's a lot of thoughts on paper that don't get off the ground because they can't. You are literally, you haven't read the books, you've read the backs of the books. You're literally saying, in a single school of thought understood as the third stage of Marxism, and you can generally, hey, dumb shit, I'm gonna help you out here. I have read their books. I have read their books because I've taken the classes. I've taught the shit. Okay? You literally started off, nothing. You are all over the fucking place with this gish gab. Yes, I actually have. The Marxist feminist theorist? Yeah. She was a member of the Central Communist Party in India. The moment you have a party, you're not communist. I can't, you're throwing out a name of shit that I've read, like probably most recently 10 years ago. Although her work did come up recently when I was doing the last research. Why would you call her progressive? Don't call her progressive. Stop that shit. Why would you call her progressive? Progressive has a meaning. This thought process escapes you. This thought process escapes you. You don't get to call people things because you don't understand. I can't call her commie. Why not call her? Because she's not a communist. She's a member of a party that calls themselves the Communist Party. That doesn't make them communists. Most people like you don't understand the intricacies that communism cannot start without the walk through socialism. All these people have this idea that you can go from a democracy to communism. Literally, they want to ignore Marx. Marx is the transition between a capitalist economy and what you need in order to lay out a pure communist economy. You can't say, oh, she's these things, she's these things. Marx disagreed with Lenin. Lenin disagreed with Marx, which is why Lenin took Marx theories and created Leninism. You've read the backs of the books. She argues you can go from semi-feudalism to new democracy to social construct to communism. Right? She doesn't argue that. That's not her argument. That's Marx's argument. She's just reiterating it. Also, by the way, why I don't think a lot of certain people, you can be a communist, that's the party line. No shit, that's not her argument though. She's repeating somebody else's argument. You can't start as communist. You can't. You can't start as socialist. You can't. Because you cannot build the frameworks you need. You need to go from one of the, and by the way, all the other governments already existed. We're not going to suddenly have a new country pop up. What you're trying to do is you're trying to argue with me when clearly you haven't read John Locke, Rousseau, Hobbes, The State of Nature, The Social Construct, why people give up tribalism in order to secure security. People don't give up tribalism because they want to. People give up tribalism because it's easier for them to. I don't have to expend energy doing all of these tasks if I have a system that punishes those group over there if they do any of the negative things to me. That's why people make the transition from the state of nature into a government form. Yeah, the Soviet Union is the result of trying to go from semi-feudalism to communism, and it doesn't work. But when you start your whole argument off with India is communist, I'm not going to take anything from that point on that you say seriously, because nobody who understands the talking point. You've read Origins of the Family, Private Property in the State. It's a pretty interesting read. You're done. I'm done with you because you're not getting it. You're gish galloping right now. You're telling me stuff that's interesting because I've read it, I've taught it, and you're throwing out talking points. So you're done. You literally started the conversation off saying India's communist. That's an F. Here's the paperback. Premise rejected. Start over. And if you've never had a paper turned back to you like that, you've had all shitty professors. I didn't say India's communist. You lie. Well, in India, the communists just shoot rapists. So your country is run by a bunch of fucking murderers. Good to know. Yeah, you literally typed it in chat. Okay, so you're done. I'm done with you. You bring nothing intellectual to this discussion. So, back to what I was saying. I think Asmongold... No, that's... You know what? Here, what we're gonna do... I don't have time for you today. You're timed out for 10 minutes. What Asmongold said is part of our problem. People that develop large platforms... So, let me play this clip again. Oh, that's not that clip. This is what Asmongold said.
But then for you to use or ignore an opportunity where you could talk about something, maybe your audience doesn't like it, maybe you could educate them on it a little bit.
Educate them on it. This is my favorite word to see people like her use. Because this idea of educate implies some sort of intellectual superiority. Listen, if you're a video game streamer, the probability that you have to educate your audience on a real world issue is really fucking low.
But
then we should just get rid of Twitch, D-Live, Kick. We should get rid of all streaming. We shouldn't have any video game streamers, period. They should all go away. He isn't wrong, though. He is wrong. I've already proved why he was wrong. Just because I choose to stream video games doesn't mean I suddenly don't have all of my pedigree, that I don't have all of my credentialing, that I don't have a background in education, logistics, the military, taxes. The probability is low. No, he's fucking wrong. Like, that's what I'm saying, right? Just because a person streams video games doesn't mean that person doesn't have whatever skill set they have off the computer. It also doesn't mean that all of the people that, like, how many people come to my stream know what a post is? The only people who are going to know what a post is Air Force logisticians. But does Demins have the skill to educate your audience? That's the direction he should have gone. The direction he should have gone with it is, just because you're a video game streamer doesn't automatically give you the credentialing to be in a position to educate anybody about anything. But if 40,000 people are tuning into her, 10,000 or whatever she pulls, I don't know. How many of them have the ability to educate their audience? That right there is the talking point. It's not about you shouldn't be doing it for some intellectual superiority. I don't think I'm intellectually superior to most people. I think I have a pedigree superiority to most people. I have a bachelor's degree, 3 undergraduate degrees, 8 associate's degrees, and more fucking certificates than I know what to do with. The majority of my military career was sitting in, when I wasn't actively leading, I was sitting on my computer taking computer-based training. Why am I a level 3 dispensing contractor? Because somebody decided, due to the size of my budget, I should take this certification. Did I need it? No. No, you shouldn't have to if you don't want to. But the whole premise that because you're a video game streamer doesn't mean that your audience needs to be educated. Shit, man. Let's just do this. How many Ashes of Creation community members listen to a bunch of content creators who right off the box said that Karen Boyenko person did a hostile takeover of Intrepid? Because a handful of creators all don't know how to read what a UCC1 lean statement is. They all went off the cuff, and now this whole narrative about Intrepid Studios is out there in the ether because a handful of ignorant only means uneducated. A handful of ignorant content creators made content. Look, if you're out of your wheelhouse, literally say, I don't know what this means. That's why I said one thing after Kira and I talked and he accepted my apology. What Kira said in one of his videos that bought him a lot of respect from me was, and then there's these documents which I don't understand, which before I speak on them, I'm having people teach me about them. That is the perfect fucking answer. That way people say, well, can you explain? No, I can't. It's the best thing you can do. If you don't know something, like you'll hear me talk about the military, but I foot stomp it with the Air Force specifically. Air Force basic training is this, because I know what Air Force basic training is. I've been there. Best thing you can do is cleanse your mind, is become straight with what you know and what you don't know. Right. Socrates, I got this lesson at probably 17 years old and it stuck with me forever. Socrates says, the only thing that I know is that I don't. Can you be on ISIS side if you want? Yes, I'm on ISIS side. I'm on the side of Immigration Customs Enforcement. And I'm saying that as the son of an immigrant. I'm saying that because there are 12 or more million people in this country who have no legal right to be in this country. I am on the side of ICE getting people out of the country, but I oppose ICE's methodology and tactics currently. I think where the biggest problem is is we need to get rid of all the sanctuary states and sanctuary cities because all those governors and mayors are in active rebellion against the United States. All California, Illinois, New York, Minnesota, they don't understand that the president of the United States could activate the Insurrection Act and arrest all of them. Because the moment you go to head-to-head with the federal government, in fact, there's a great creator, I have a video on this, and I generally keep stuff hard-loaded, ready to fire. Here you go.
We're clearly seeing the majority of ICE agents in these blue states. It's clearly for political gain. And furthermore,
hold on. These blue states and these blue cities are openly declaring themselves sanctuary cities and states. They are saying, we want illegal aliens to come here. And you're shocked that the Border Patrol and ICE will go in and say, well, maybe we'll arrest those illegal aliens.
So you believe that the role of the federal government is to
enforce federal immigration law? Yes.
Wait. Even against the will of states and against the will
Yes,
of...
it's federal law.
Even if
it's
it's...
supremacy clause in our Constitution.
That's what's funny about that. Do I think that the federal government should be going against what the states want when it's a role that by the Constitution is solely restricted to the federal government? States do not have any authority to enforce immigration law, but states can certainly work in conjunction with Border Patrol and Immigration Customs Enforcement, like, I don't know, honoring detainers. See, nobody wants to actually talk about the discussion point. The discussion point in if you're arrested in Chicago and you have an ICE detainer on you, Chicago PD is supposed to call ICE and say, hey, that Deadpool guy, we've got him in a cell and you guys have an ICE detainer on him. And ICE is like, yeah, we're on the way to get him. And then that's it. That's it. And if Newsom gets in the next election, he will abolish ICE, then open the borders to immigrants just like Harris did. I'm sorry. I'm gonna call you right out on your bullshit. When did Kamala Harris ever have the office with the authority to open the borders? I don't like Kamala Harris. But if we're gonna condemn somebody and put them up, I'm a Trump fan, it's okay. Well, then you're an idiot if you're a Trump fan. I'm sorry. Just get that shit right off your agenda. You don't like Harris. That's fine. Don't like Harris. But don't be an ignorant asshole and say Harris did this. The office of the Vice President of the United States cannot open the borders. Harris never held any office at the federal level to open the borders. What I don't like about most Trump fans is you like being ignorant and you like saying ignorant, uneducated shit. And it makes you look stupid and it weakens your argument. It's why the Republican Party is a total shit pot right now. Harris's border czar role. She's never been the border czar. She's never headed ICE. Kamala Harris was at the state level and then she was the VP. She never came up through Department of Homeland Security. That's not the path she took to national politics. If you want to not like somebody, be educated on why you don't like them, and then nobody can take points. Trump for now closed borders, great, but Newsom could win the next election. It's a possibility. He wants California-style open border system. Great. And he can do that. Welcome to the flaw of a constitutional federal republic. Newsom has a pretty good shot at winning. The reason why he has a pretty good shot at winning is because if he picks the right VP candidate, AOC, yeah, Republicans reference Harris as a failed border czar, but the office of the Vice President of the United States isn't in charge. Now, if the office of the Vice President of the United States was to run immigration, border control, all that, then it would have been fine. Why don't I like Trump? I don't like Trump because I don't think when your batting average is like a .097 and people laud you as being like the best hitter in the league, it makes any sense. About every 10 things Donald Trump does, I agree with one of them. Two or three of them I can maybe sort of see, but then 6 of them at a minimum are fucking dumb. Donald Trump's mathematical formula for how he factored the tariffs, it's It's not, there's not a 6 I don't agree with. You clearly didn't listen to what I said. Out of every 10 things Donald Trump does, I agree with one of them. 2 or 3 I can maybe see the merit in, and at least 6 of them I adamantly disagree with. If you want specific examples, number 1, tariffs are attacks on the American people. I'm going to show an example. Dude, listen to what the fuck I'm saying. It's not 60% of stuff. It's 6 out of 10 things he does. Go and find me a list of 10 things he's done, and I'll go down the list and I'll tell you what I agree with. It's like you're looking for an emphatic list. He has made thousands of decisions. So get off the fucking 60% point and I'll show it to you. People think Donald Trump is this great fucking
We're clearly seeing the majority of ICE agents.
First of all, Donald Trump bankrupted 3 casinos. Okay? He bankrupted 3 fucking casinos. Do you know how hard it is to bankrupt a casino? Casinos print money. Okay, if you don't know how a fucking slot machine works, you open up the inside of the slot machine, there's a dial there. It's a percentage dial. It's a payout dial, right? It says, I'm going to pay out 61% of the money I take in. The only way you lose money is if it hits the jackpot before it's taken in enough money to roll that. People say this.
Guys, you need to stop with Trump. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to make money.
Bankruptcy. 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 Trump doesn't have nice hotels. Trump's name is on those hotels. This is what Donald Trump did. He took the trade deficit and he said, look at this trade deficit. And he said, we need to fix this. So I'm going to take the trade deficit divided by 2, and that's the new tariff rate. No, he hasn't made money. If Donald Trump had all these billions of dollars, why did he beg and plead with the New York court to reduce the amount of money that he had to put in? Because the way their courts work, you have to put all the money into escrow before you can file your appeal. Same reason why Amber Heard couldn't appeal her judgment that Johnny Depp got, because she didn't have the money to put into escrow. And I think that's a smart idea. Now, what Donald Trump did is he put a 10% tariff on bananas because we don't like South American countries. So the way it was working before the tariff, Walmart was spending $1 to buy a banana, and they were selling the banana for $2, and they were making $1 profit. And so what happens is the government says, we're going to put a 10% tariff on the banana. So now the banana costs Walmart $1.10. In Walmart, because people are dumb, Walmart says, well, what we're going to do is we're only going to put an 8% markup on the bananas. We're going to eat 2%. The problem is they put the 8% on the 2 that they were already making. So now they're selling you a banana for $2.16, and they haven't lied to you. They did only mark up 8%. But the problem is now they're making $1.06 profit on the banana. And all the Trump fans are saying Trump is a genius because we've raised all this money in tariffs. Yeah. But Walmart has made more money because the companies are just applying a markup. It's too hard to understand what you're talking about. Better say what to do. You are looking smart. We believe you. The trick is we need to get people back into the government who actually care about the people and not themselves. Donald Trump is mad. He's throwing a temper tantrum over a fucking bridge. I don't know if you guys saw this. This is just absolute ridiculous shit. Look at this temper tantrum. As everyone knows, Canada has treated the United States unfairly for decades. Now things are turning around for the US and fast. No, they're not. They're not at all. But imagine Canada is building a massive bridge between Ontario and Michigan. They own both the Canada and United States side of it, and of course built with virtually no US content. President Barack Hussein Obama stupidly gave them a waiver so they could get around the Buy American Act and not use any American products, including our steel. Now the Canadian government expects me as President of the United States to permit them to take advantage of America. What does the United States get? Absolutely nothing. We get the fucking bridge, you numbnuts. We get a bridge that we paid $0 for. We get the fucking bridge. Ontario won't even put U.S. spirits, beverages, and other alcoholic products on their shelves. They're absolutely prohibited from doing so, and now on top of everything else, Prime Minister Carney wants to make a deal with China, which will eat Canada alive. We'll just get the leftovers. Who fucking cares? Who cares? The first thing China will do is terminate all ice hockey played in Canada and permanently eliminate the Stanley Cup. But the Stanley Cup is the NHL. The tariffs Canada charges us for our dairy products have for many years been unacceptable, putting our farmers at great financial risk. No, they haven't. No, they haven't. The majority of American farmers don't export to Canada, not because of the tariffs, but because American farmers and the USDA have different regulations than Canada does. Canada has a tariff on dairy because Canada has their own dairy producers. I will not allow the bridge to open until the United States is fully compensated for everything we have given them. And also importantly, Canada treats the United States with fairness and respect we deserve. I hate Donald Trump because Donald Trump is a man who his whole life has been mocked and made fun of. And he was a Democrat and he switched to being a Republican. And he's mad he got bullied his whole life. Donald Trump isn't 6'3", 215 pounds, because Donald Trump is fatter than I am. He's just a bully. We will start negotiations immediately. With all that we have given them, we should own perhaps at least one half of the asset. Dude, it's a fucking bridge. It's a fucking bridge. It's not an asset that generates money. Once the bridge is built, the American side of the bridge has to be governed by America. It's not like President Obama gave Canada part of Michigan. No, the bridge itself doesn't generate money. Bridges don't generate money. Bridges open up avenues for money to be generated, but the bridge itself doesn't generate money. Now, if you put a toll on the bridge, that's a different story. But a bridge itself does not generate money. It generates the opportunity for money to be generated. Yeah, they claimed Donald Trump was 215 pounds. Just so we're clear, Donald Trump claimed that he was 6'3", 215, and this is what a couple of other people who are 6'3", 215 look like. Donald Trump is closer to 300 pounds. The bridge will be tolled and will pay back Canada's initial investment. Then if tolls stay on the bridge, it's a 50-50 split. Right. Yeah, you lose out on money if it doesn't open. This is why Donald Trump is a fucking tool. All Donald Trump had to do was come in and fix the actual problems. Like, Doge was a good idea. Shit, man, if they had really wanted Doge to work, call my ass. Because I did that shit for the Air Force. Yeah, free bridge, and then after a while, you get a split. No shit, that's a great deal. That's an awesome deal. Doge was a great idea. It was the 1 out of 10 things that I agreed with. Doge is a great thing. Why do we have to have 700 copies of some periodical? We don't need 700 copies of it. Cut that. We don't need magazines and newspapers except for a handful of people whose job relies on a subscription to that periodical and newspaper. You buy one for the archive, and then instead what you do is you have me. I need a subscription to Architecture Annual. It's a $215 periodical. So I get it as an employee, and I put on my reimbursement form, I need this. And then every time I get an issue of it, I bring it to the office, I put it on my file plan, I file it, then anybody in the office that needs it, it's theirs. But because I need it for my job, I manage the subscription, I get reimbursed for it, and then I file it. And then once a year, the pay person comes along when I have my annual records inspection. All they've done is annotated, these are reimbursable expenses. So they go to the bin, and they're like, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, sign out card, August, is this on your desk? Yes, cool. September, October, November, December, great. They're all here. Put in your next year's thing. Oh, I won't need it next year. It was just for this project I was working on. Oh, okay. Shit, man, I told you, I found a contract once. A guy was coming in and cleaning the plastic plants and charging us for watering the plants. Like 10 fucking years prior, we had swapped from live plants to plastic plants, but that guy just kept getting paid to come in and water the plants. So he came in, he dusted them. That's a waste of money. Absolute waste of fucking money. That's where Doge would be good. But Elon Musk didn't understand. Elon Musk didn't understand Doge. He didn't understand, why do we have a lease on these buildings here? We have a lease on those buildings there because they are the tertiary fallback position for like 6 different government agencies. Well, why are they empty? Because they're a tertiary fallback position. We have 6 different organizations that if their primary location is compromised simultaneously with their second location, we don't have to move people out of there. We just immediately show up with laptops and chairs and we sit and we're good to go. Well, why did we put the office furniture in there? I don't know, dumb shit, because in the time of a national emergency, the last thing we want to be doing is scrambling around looking for desks and chairs and printers. It's why they're baseline set up. Is there any connection between all of a sudden many different countries are just going downhill, or is it coincidence? Canada has massive drama with provinces wanting to separate. UK is a mess. The United States is a mess. I guess all the Commonwealth or ex-Commonwealth countries are suffering right now. The reason why everything is a mess right now is because the world leader is no longer a world leader. When you're faking it until you make it, and the chief magician known as the United States of America suddenly drops the rabbit out from underneath the handkerchief and ruins the trick. The global economy is so delicate that when Donald Trump decided he was going to do, the United States, members of the United States are worse off now than they were a year ago. People in the United States are worse off now than they were under Joe Biden. And I want to remind everybody that when you have a 4-year president, that president inherits the economy of the previous president. You can only judge the efficiency of a president when they serve 8 consecutive years, because you judge their second term by the actions they took in their first term. Donald Trump inherited Barack Obama's economy. Biden inherited Trump's economy. Trump inherited Biden's economy. The economy was finally fucking recovering last year. Now, for the people that don't get this, well, they're not raising the minimum wage. I know this is going to sound terrible. Raising the minimum wage is exactly what we did in 2020 with all those 26 weeks of COVID unemployment stimulus checks. We put an awful lot of money into the economy. And did people choose to buy down their debt? No. They chose to buy shit they didn't need. When you giving people more money, you have an accordion, it's closed. You open it up. You breathe. You collapse it. We're now in 2026. We're in 2026. What we need to do is, instead of raising the minimum wage, we need to come back over here. And what we need to do is we need to look at the taxation line. And what we need to do is we need to stop wasting money. We need to stop wasting $1 or $2 or $3 billion. We need to stop wasting 30 billion over here. We got to not waste 50 billion over here. But the other thing people have to realize is somewhere between 18 and 19 and a half cents out of every tax dollar goes to pay just the interest on the national debt. Almost 20% of your tax dollars is going to pay off the interest on the national debt. It's not going to get any better. We're at a critical tipping point. People are like, we need better education. We need better WIC, Women, Infants, and Children. We need better SNAP, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. There are billions of dollars unaccounted for. No, they're not unaccounted for. They're there. Trust me, they're there. They're not unaccounted for. They're sitting in accounts. They're sitting in accounts that nobody has access to because they're tied to a position that nobody's sitting in because we reshaped the government. They're not unaccounted for. They were accounted for. Let me just, people got to get over this whole fucking idea of, people got to get over this idea of money's not accounted for. Every position that I moved into and out of where I had a budget, I could not move into or out of the position until my books were balanced. Yeah, and what a lot of people don't get is we put a lot of money on haircuts to fund black ops because we can't have a full accounting because then anybody could do Freedom of Information Act and understand where we're putting every penny. For example, yes, Area 51 is real, and yes, military members serve there. But no, you will never get an EPR or a RIP or a career sheet. Everybody that serves at Area 51 in the Air Force, their assignment station is the Las Vegas, Nevada munitions test range. If they serve directly at Area 51, all you get on them is a report that says duty location, Las Vegas, Nevada munitions test range, job duties, classified. That's it. They get a medal, contents of the medal, classified. Somebody somewhere decided that they did a good enough job that they're going to get a commendation medal or an achievement medal or a meritorious service medal, but you'll never know what the hell they did there. They self-contain it. Their whole budget is self-contained. So their pay aren't in the books. Right. Their pay is out of the test range. But when you look at the test range, why is the test range able to pay out 180% of their budget? Because there's a black ledger over here that moves them money, but they don't know where it came from. Yeah, but the intelligence agencies' budgets are, this is our OPEX. Well, where's all this expenditures? Can't tell you. We can't tell you that we bought this guy. We can't tell you that we bought this guy. Do I like it? No. Do I understand that a government is going to have some of that? Yeah. Now, is there a lot of money that gets pilfered? Yeah, absolutely. There is no organization ever, no government ever, all the way back to the fucking pharaohs of Egypt, There has never been a government that doesn't have skim. You're always going to have skim. You're always going to have skim. There's no way around it. Can you imagine having a line item on your books called bribes? Right. It would be interesting to see how the world would have shaped up if the 16th Amendment never came into being. For those of you that aren't familiar with American law and the Constitution, 16th Amendment was Congress shall have the power to lay and collect. Oops, sorry. You don't belong there. Congress shall have the power to lay and collect taxes on incomes from whatever source derived without apportionment among the several states and without regard to any census or enumeration. You can't have a country that doesn't have a budget. No, we don't have a full vault at Fort Knox because we're not a hard-based currency anymore. There was no need to keep the gold on the books because your money, you can't. I don't know if you're old enough or have experienced silver certificates. I have silver certificates. I can walk up, but no, we don't have reserves because that's not, gold isn't a currency anymore. Gold's not a currency. We have fiat paper currency now. That's what we have. And until more people understand, fiscal year 1972 is where everything started to go downhill for this country. I have silver certificates. The government must honor them. I can show up and I can say, I would like this several $100s issued back to me in silver, because that's what the note says. Maybe one of these days I'll draw one out of the box, but it says this note may be exchanged for silver. No, Wall Street doesn't use it. What are you talking about? Wall Street is not a gold. We are not on a gold standard. We are not on a silver standard. I don't know why you keep saying Wall Street uses it. Wall Street uses the US dollar. The US dollar is based on the idea that, like monopoly money, the US will continue to have the buying power. See, this is where it's really, really hard to explain to people. Your money doesn't have value because value is tied to a hard currency. Your money has buying power. And that's what people have never been taught. Your money, okay, say Elon, I'm gonna do an example so that we can discuss how things work. 1 gallon of water is $1.99 at my grocery store. You're talking about banks now. So again, no offense, you have only foul tipped now, but you missed the first 2 pitches completely. Banks have it, not Wall Street, not the government. Banks have gold as a commodity, not tied to the value of the money in their bank. Gallon of water I buy a gallon of water for $1.99. And I'm out and I'm a mile away from my car and I encounter Elon Musk and he's crawling towards the car. He's crawling towards the car, and I'm like, what happened? He's like, my camelback broke. I'm out of water. You're like, dog, that sucks. You're about a mile. Is that your Tesla there? You're about a mile away, bro. I'm gonna die. Yeah, bitch, you probably are gonna die. You're not gonna survive. But I'll tell you what. I got a gallon of water. I'll give it to you. for $1 billion. I'll do it. Here's the phone, make the transaction. Elon makes the transaction. My account says I have $1 billion in it. I give him a gallon of water. I help him up. Least I can do. I get him back to his car. But I thought the gallon of water was only worth $1.99. That same gallon of water worth $1 billion fucking dollars when the world's richest man is about to die of dehydration because his camelback broke. It's a post-apocalyptic world. It's why I teach my kids, my students, I used to teach bartering. Bartering is an amazing skill. You're hungry. You don't have anything I need. I'm not going to feed you. Because I don't need books. I don't need candles. What I need is seeds. I need tools. Do you have any of those? No, then I'm not going to feed you. Yes, the US government stores gold for international business relations. Correct. Because and we do that with commodity transactions with countries that aren't backed, or their economies aren't backed by the US dollar. Value is subjective. Your money is the equivalent of bottle caps in Fallout. It's accepted as money so long as people mutually agree it's money. Right. 7 Days to Die is poker chips. Dukes. Yeah, the US government holds gold, but not in its banking system. The gold isn't... First of all, the gold's not in Fort Knox. Second of all, it's not... You can't take $1 to the bank like you used to be able to and get an ounce of gold, or whatever it was back in the day. You can't go up and get an ounce of gold. The banks don't do that anymore. Now, if you have a gold certificate or you have silver certificate, they have to honor it. Well, the independent bank doesn't have to, but the federal government does. But see, people don't understand how money works. People don't understand how the economy works. You remember that song by Boy in a Band, Don't Stay in School? People never should have allowed the government to confiscate all their gold in the first place. Why? First of all, the government didn't confiscate their gold. The government said, if you bring us gold, we'll give you paper money, and then you're going to be able to do business. Second of all, I have gold. Like, I play with a 1 ounce silver gold coin. I use this as just a fidget toy. I've got my LRO coin and 1 ounce of pure silver. You can go buy gold. You can buy an ounce of gold in a bar. You can buy gold coins. As I said years ago, one of the things my grandfather taught me, he didn't think my parents were teaching me right. My grandfather sat me down and he's like, what I want you to do, banks will sell it if they have it. Lots of banks don't have it. Too costly for them to keep. Too big of a risk to keep. But my grandfather sat me down. He's like, what I want you to do is I want you to listen to your father and save half your money. But I want you to buy silver and gold coins. And I said, why? He said, because they're going to go up in value for your whole life. They're never gold and silver is never going to be worth less than you paid for it. And we just saw the other day, gold crashed by 10%. Oh no, gold crashed by 10 whole fucking percent. Gold that I bought 30 years ago. Gold I bought 30 years ago corrected by 10%. Yeah, this shit. I hate this fucking president. There is a reason why I have ensured all my paperwork is up to date to bail on this country. Our president is a fucking loon. Trump said he raised tariffs on Switzerland because he didn't like how the Swiss prime minister spoke to him.
With a very nice country, Switzerland, they were paying no tariffs, sending stuff over here like nobody could believe. And we had a $42 billion deficit, and we weren't taking anything. I said, well, we have to do something because we have to even that up a little bit. I didn't have to get everything at one time. So I put on a 30% tariff, which is very low. Still, we were having a big deficit, but it was half the deficit. Then I got an emergency call from, I believe, the Prime Minister of Switzerland, and she was very aggressive, but nice, but very aggressive. Sir, we are a small country. We can't do this. We can't do this. I couldn't get her off the phone. We are a small country. I said, you may be a small country, but we have a $42 billion deficit with you. No, we are a small country. Again and again and again. I couldn't get her off the phone. So it was at 30%. And I didn't really like the way she talked to us. And so instead of giving her a reduction, I raised it to 39%. And then I got inundated by people from Switzerland, and I figured, you know what, we'll do something that's a little bit more palatable, at least now. But I realized that all these, Switzerland you think of as, ultra chic.
The problem here is there's no fucking prime minister of Switzerland. What does he mean a $42 billion deficit? He's talking about the trade deficit. The reason why the United States has a trade deficit with everybody is we are a service-based economy now. We do not produce goods. So you've got the US and you've got Switzerland. And they send us stuff because Americans want to buy that stuff, and we send them stuff, but we have such little stuff that they want, we end up with a $42 billion trade deficit. Donald Trump is so fucking stupid that he doesn't understand. In the 1970s and the 1980s, we shifted from being a manufacturing-based company. No, we are losing money. We are losing money. But the problem is we had more money to start with. If you were to equate this, right? And here's the US and here's Switzerland, and we each start with $100 at the beginning of the game. At the end of the first year, they would have 142, right? And we would have 58. Because we would have sent more money to them to buy their stuff than they sent to us. But there's nothing wrong with that. Because as I said, we started with 29 trillion and they started with about 4. Donald Trump doesn't understand the intricacies that we're not talking about one thing. But you have more stuff at the end of the year, right? That's the thing. You have more stuff. Why do countries not want to buy American steel? Because it's too damn expensive. It's a higher quality of steel than you need for your projects. And that's where we're missing the narrative. You don't need to have you don't need to have a positive there if you still have a higher gross domestic product. The problem is people don't understand enough about the economy, about the basics, and they're being led by the nose by people who have an agenda, an ulterior motive, and that is to lie to you and manipulate you. For example, go to Fox News, go to MSNBC, go to CNN, go to Yahoo News, go to anywhere. What do they have on all their fucking websites? They have advertisements. They have advertisements everywhere. Why do they write the news? Like, let's just look at the website. Let's look at CNN. Advertisement. They write their headlines in such a way because Chevy gives them money to put their Equinox commercial at the top of the page. CNN doesn't give a shit about teaching you or making you more educated or making sure you understand. They give a shit that Game of Thrones or whatever the fuck ad this is gets views on it. This is a Night of the Seven Kingdoms. HBO giving them money. That all they care about is selling ad space. They don't want to teach you. They want to keep you real dumb, so that you come back and you feed off the nipple of CNN. Well, because CNN presents the news one way, MSNBC produces it a different way. They sell eyeballs on the site. That's all they're selling. If you're from Chicago, and you can shit check me here because Delaron's from Chicago, there were 2 newspapers in Chicago. The Chicago Tribune, well, there were 3 newspapers. The Chicago Tribune, the Chicago Sun-Times, and the Southtown Economist. The Chicago Tribune was the Republican newspaper written at the high school, low college level. The Sun-Times opened like a book, and it was written at about the 6th, 7th grade level. And then we had the Southtown Economist for the South suburbs. Why did the Sun-Times make them readable like a book? Because then the working class man who got on the bus could sit on the bus and easily read his newspaper. The stories were written at a lower level. And in the Chicago Tribune, the sports section and the entertainment sections were buried inside their own wrap, so you had to dig apart and take apart your whole paper. The Sun-Times, sports was on the back, so the sports working class man could just buy his newspaper, turn it over, read from the back to the front, and get his sports, and then right after his sports was his entertainment. I very rarely had to buy a newspaper. People on the bus would read the sports and entertainment, then just leave their newspaper on the bus. Then I would pick it up to read the news section. Why are you specifically having the Democrat newspaper written at a lower level? And this is in the 70s and the 80s. And the Republican newspaper written at the higher level. Well, because at the time, educated people were going into the Republican Party. Why are so many educated people going into the Democratic Party now? Because they're one-issue voters. The number of people with PhDs and master's degrees and BAs, BSs going into the Democratic Party are because they believe the Democratic Party is the party that's going to get college loan wiped, college debt wiped. I promise you, the moment that college debt is wiped, all those educated people are going to go back to the Republican Party. Yeah, my first job was selling all 3 of those newspapers, and man, it was for sure along party lines. It's along party lines. You knew what somebody's political party was based on the newspaper they read. Unless it was the Southtown Economist, and the Southtown Economist was the suburb people, and they did better articles on the White Sox because they were South Side as opposed to the North Side. But yeah, our president is killing this country because he's dumb. He's mad about a bridge. You're mad about a bridge? It's unreal. Now, as far as what we can do at the end of it, all we can do is that we can hope that Trump doesn't. All we can do is honest to God hope that our economy and the global economy survives 3 more years. And it's going to be a long fucking 3 years. This is going to be a long 3 years. I'm going to take a quick break just because my legs are kind of sore and I'm not supposed to sit for long periods of time when they're sore. But we're going to talk about ICE agents can't make warrantless arrests in Oregon unless there's a risk of escape. I'll be right back. Okay, so have I seen the job report from earlier this morning? 130 non-farm positions above consensus, which was 60K. No, I haven't looked at the job report this morning. You think the economy can stomach 2026? I mean, I love what Silver is doing, but the economy is going to bust. But I've also been in the mindset since the housing market went nuts. No, the economy, I don't think the economy is going to survive. If you're asking me my honest opinion, what's going to happen is things are going to get really, 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 really fucking bad for an awful lot of people. And when the poor have nothing, they have nothing to lose. I know people making $50,000 a year. And it's great they're making $50,000 a year now. But in order to get to the $50,000, they went through a decade of shit. And they're so far in debt. This past 2 weeks, I've been the fucking banker for Monopoly. I've been lending people large sums of money because they're all vets and shit that are completely fucking boned by a system that shouldn't bone them. There's a landlord, one of my friends is moving out of an apartment. They said, well, you're legally responsible to pay off through the end of the lease. No, you're not. It's against the state law. My daughter ended up getting caught in that. And I love my daughter. But I'm like, you're not an adult. You're 20 years old with the fucking mental capacity of about a 9-year-old. Why are you fucking getting bent over the table? It's like, you gotta be crude for some people. You gotta be crude with some people so they can get it. Like, obviously, I look at my daughter like, why'd you get bent over the table and fucking spanked by the landlord? The landlord can't make you pay for the unit. Even in my state, even if I, as the landlord, put in, you have to pay for the duration of the lease, that violates Illinois law. Not only that, but the law is written so it says the signer cannot waive that right. If you turn in your keys today and I don't have a reasonable reason why I can't immediately flip that unit, I have to document that. So when March 1st comes along and I contact you and I say, hey, I'm going to need March's rent. And you're like, well, I moved out. Yeah, you moved out. I had to replace all the carpets, had to paint all the walls, had to change all the baseboards, had to fix blinds. And it took me a week because you broke your lease in the middle of the month without 30 days notice. I didn't have a crew available to rip out the old carpet. That took me 7 days. As long as I provide you a timeline, I can say you owe me March's rent because I'm not even on schedule to be able to list that apartment until April. And if I do that, you owe me the rent. Now, I would advise people to understand the law when they want to break a lease. But I would also advise people not to just send the landlord a full month's rent, because once you fuck over a landlord, there's a lot of things a landlord can do that they're not legally supposed to do. But remember, if you have my money, I have to take you to court. If I have your money, you have to take me to court. I would rather just avoid court altogether and just say, I don't believe you. Let's go look at the unit. And if the landlord's like, I'm not going to let you into the unit, so I need you to send me all of that in writing. I'm not going to do that. Okay, well, then you're going to have to take me to court. And make sure when you walk into court, you have the money to give to the judge. That's the piece people don't understand. Your Honor, the more accommodating you are to the judge, the more likely it is the judge is going to rule in your favor. If it looks like you just skipped out and dipped out on paying the rent, the judge is going to be siding with the landlord. Hey, Your Honor, here's what happened. I broke my lease on the 9th of February. I turned in the keys. The unit was available. I sent notice to the landlord that I don't believe that since they have a waiting list to get into this unit, I don't believe there was so much work that needed to be done that they couldn't have flipped the unit in 1 month. In order to make sure we're good, I have no problem paying into this court case the rent. And therefore, if you judge in favor of the landlord, that you won't need to have a second hearing for collection. I can put the rent into the clerk's office today, as long as I get a receipt for it. And then when your ruling comes down, you will decide who can take the money off. And if you do that, the judge is going to be like, look back to the landlord and say, this doesn't look like a person not willing to pay the rent. This looks like a person that you're trying to rake over the coals. Because now and they're like, Your Honor, this is the letter I sent to the landlord. I asked for dates, I asked for timelines, I asked for status updates, I asked for pictures. I didn't get anything. The judge is just going to look back at the landlord and say, but this is a completely reasonable list of things according to the law. But we don't teach the kids the law because we don't want them to know the law. We don't teach people the law. It's called goodwill. Now it makes the landlord look like they're acting in good, they weren't acting in good faith. Correct. Absolutely. I was listening to a podcast before work today. A lady was talking about how the people at the bottom of the economy are effectively in a recession right now. They're in tons of debt. They can't get approved for more. And these people are turning to things like Klarna, Afterpay. Well, here's the thing. You're absolutely right. Because we have not put reasonable expectations on people. We have not done a good job of telling people what their life is going to be like if they don't work hard. My daughter, I have multiple daughters. I have lots of them. The top one, I should have stopped after one. The top one is fucking amazing. The top one did what every child should do. The top one sends back checks for Christmas. Dad, I don't need your money. I make more than you. I don't, thank you for the offer. Just send me a card. I give it to my little sisters. Keep that money for my little sisters. They're her half sisters, but keep that money for my little sisters. The next one down is she finally contacted us after years. She needed help with something. The next one down is amazing. The stripper, she's amazing. She's like, I wish to God I had listened to Dad. She tells the other two, I wish to God I had listened to Dad. And she said it to my 20-year-old. She's like, you don't understand. I had to take my clothes off for a living to eat, to pay my rent. She's like, I had to get naked in front of strangers to pay my bills. My daughter is embarrassed about that, but she's not ashamed of it. She's embarrassed she had to do it, but she says, I did what I had to do. My daughter ended up living 15 minutes away from me. Didn't want to tell me how far down the totem pole she had fallen, how far down the ladder she had fallen. My wife ran into her completely by chance at a McDonald's, and she was working at the McDonald's drive-thru. She is the walking, talking example of why kids are failing. The people at the bottom, like my 20-year-old doesn't have an income right now. My 20-year-old has 30 pairs of shoes. Okay? I want to, we need to put some value to that. My 30-year-old has approximately $3,000 in shoes. I don't have $3,000 in shoes. Why the fuck do you have $3,000 of your money tied up in shoes? Because the people at the bottom buy things for status symbols to feel good about themselves. I know it sounds weird, but there's an interview between Mark Zuckerberg and Bill Gates, and you see him sitting on a couch. And neither one of them is wearing designer fashion anything. Rich people don't spend money on everyday casual bullshit. Eminem wanted to buy a Rolex. I don't know if you've ever heard this story. Eminem wears like a $30 Casio. He wanted to buy this watch. He called his manager, says, do I have money to buy it? And the manager's like, yeah, you have a shit ton of money. It's like the first thing he wanted to buy. You worked hard, not smart. At least you're honest. At least you're honest about it, because you say you worked hard, not smart. I advise people work smarter, not harder. But what you got these social media creators doing is they're doing this example, and they're saying, if the boss is paying you $20 an hour, he's making $32 an hour on your labor, and he should be paying you more than that. And where I say to those people is, well, the boss needs a minimum of $30 an hour to pay all the bills. And one of those bills includes the payroll. I have handymen that go out and do work. I pay them $20 an hour. And they get mad and they're like, but when I see the bill and I do the math, you're getting more than $20 an hour. I say, really? Do you drive your car to the job, or do you drive the work van? I drive the work van. Do you take your tools to the job, or do you take the company tools? I take the company tools. So let me get this straight. You think because I made $40 an hour on your labor that you should get $40 an hour? Yeah. Well, then go get your own van, go get your own tools, go get your own line of credit to buy materials, and go get your own fucking customers. Insurance, secretary, accountant, lawyer, payroll department. Go get all of those things. And they're like, well, what does that cost you? Ironically, it costs me $19 out of the other $20. Well, where's the other dollar go? To me, asshole, the other dollar goes to me. Because I took all the risk setting all this up. You don't have any skin in the game. I don't pay you by the job. I pay you by the hour. Just don't get divorced. She will take the lot and the house. Well, depends. Men shouldn't get married to someone they don't want to spend the rest of their life with. And if she's been at home raising the kids, she deserves the house, and she deserves half, and she deserves alimony, and she deserves child support. I will never side on the side of men who don't understand this. If you wanted kids, and she stayed at home and raised your kids, cooked your meals, washed your clothes, then this is something that makes a marriage work. You have 4 bank accounts. This piece I get from Steve Harvey. You have his, hers, bills, and savings. Your $3,000 paycheck comes in on the first of the month. Hits the bills account. From that, $1,000 goes into savings because you're saving 30%. From the remaining $2,000, $1,500 goes out the door for bills. Of the $500 left, $250 goes to his account, $250 goes to her account. You can each spend that money any way you want without justifying it to the other person. Now, you might have to modify that number a little bit. If she likes to be taken out and go to dinner, then maybe you split this way, because you're going to take her out to dinner and spend $100 once a pay period. But women, your partner doesn't get an allowance. Your partner gets half of the play money. Women have expensive needs. No, women have expensive wants. If they were needs, they would go through that. No, shut the fuck up, man. Stop being sexist. You're so far into sexist right now. It's unreal. Alcohol? Men drink a case of beer for $20. Women drink a bottle of wine, costs $5.99. Okay? Let's let's just roll that for where it is. I've seen men go through 2 or 3 cases of beer in a week. I've seen the wife go through 3 bottles of wine a week. Her 3 bottles of wine is $15. His beer is $60. Let's keep it on the level. I've seen men have part projects, motorcycles, boats, cars, right? Where they go through all of their play money every week, and then they start dipping into the needs money. The government here is also asked backwards and expects me to print out all 10K applications as proof electronic wasn't sufficient, so lost in employment benefits as a result. Shortly after that, I got my first and last job, which my health declined. Yeah. Getting on unemployment is fucking terrible. I think FDR was right with some of the socialist programs he tried to do. With the Civilian Conservation Corps. My personal belief is that if you're on unemployment, there should be a building you have to go to every day and sit there, and that's where you should be for 8 hours a day. If you're not, you're like, hey, I'm gonna go walk the whole mall because the person came out this morning and said, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to let you know 26 stores at the mall are hiring. So you can either go to the mall, go get all those applications, come back, fill them all out, drop them back off, or you can sit here all day like a bump on a log. But we're not paying you to sit your ass on your couch at home and only fill out 3 job applications a week. When I was a business owner, I would straight out tell people I'm not signing your form. And they would tell me you have to, and I'd say no, I don't. People, it'd be an application, and I couldn't even read it. And I would just say, are you filling this out because you really want a job, or are you filling this out because you want me to sign your form? They say, I just really want you to sign my form. Well, I'm not signing it. Get out. Well, you have to by law. No, I don't. I'm a private citizen. I don't have to do shit for you. But keep in mind, there are more disabled people now, so work is difficult for them. More 20% of undergrads at Harvard and Brown and 38% of Stanford have registered disabilities. Yeah, but that's a bullshit statistic because that number isn't broken out by what their disability is. A lot of those people have registered disability, autism, neurodivergence, bullshit. Autistics aren't disabled. You should not be able to get your disability unless you're ASD2. And if you're ASD2, you're not at Harvard or Brown or Stanford anyway. Also, you're missing a leg. You're disabled. And what? I don't think very many of the jobs at Harvard, Brown, and Stanford are going to be impacted by a lack of physical capacity and missing a leg. See, it's great that we throw out these statistics. But what do those statistics mean? Never ever in my life has my neurodivergence been a disability. Some of that is to get Adderall. Adderall is nasty stuff anyway. Some people like the feeling of being on Ritalin or Adderall, but some of them are crushing it and snorting it because it's called kiddie cocaine. And those people, they're just fucking rotting their brains anyway. But we got to be careful when we say, like, this many people are disabled. So what? Because if they're disabled and they can't work, then they won't be at the unemployment office anyway. They'll be at the Social Security Disability office. We give an awful lot of people a designation of more than half high school grads matriculate to college, even though only 35% of 12th graders score proficient in reading and 22% in math. Well, yeah, no shit. That's the talking point right there. You should not be able to graduate high school unless you're operating at the 12.x something level. In my state, 50 schools in my state have 0 kids that can do math at the grade level. 35 schools have 0 kids that can read at the grade level. Whose fault is that? That's the fault of unqualified teachers. That's the fault of taking away basic skills tests for teachers. That's the fault of President Obama. And yeah, that's my monthly payment from Mr. Bezos. Thank you. I always appreciate the Prime subs. But if you require that for high school graduation, then people of color would be disproportionately affected. Bullshit. No, they would not. Bullshit. We need to stop this fucking racist bullshit and say people of color would be disproportionately affected. Because of you telling me that poor ass white mayonnaise sandwich barefoot fucking their sister Alabama trailer park trash kids can read at a higher level than people of color? No, they cannot. It is not a fucking race thing. It is a poverty thing. And people are chicken shit because they want to keep painting it with a brush. I'm sorry, but it's bullshit all the way around. Some of the smartest people I ever had with me in college were people of color, people of Hispanic origin. Some of the dumbest fucking people I had with me in college were white. It is not a color thing. It is a poverty thing. I don't expect a mom who has to work 2.5 jobs to keep food on the table because dad's in prison to have time to read with her kids at home. So it doesn't matter if that mom is white, black, brown, Puerto Rican, purple, Asian, cross-eyed, slant-eyed, big hair, no hair, midnight black, or stark Casper white. It's a poverty thing. It's a poverty thing. It's not a race thing. If it was a race thing, you wouldn't have people like Shaquille O'Neal and Michael Jordan becoming billionaires. Even people in the colored community. Morgan Freeman has asked for more than 30 years, can we please stop talking about race? Period. I do not buy in on the shit where it is about race because I have watched the Air Education and Training Command of the United States Air Force educate some of the dumbest fucking people with no skills to do highly technical jobs. If you really gave a shit, you would fix the problem. It's not a color thing, it's a poverty thing. How do schools get funded? 55% of school funding comes from property tax. When your homes are worth less, your property tax is a percentage and it's lower, which means your local school district, your consolidated school district, and your community college have less money. When they have less money, they can pay teachers less. When they can pay teachers less, they get a lower quality of teacher. If we made the minimum standard to be a teacher higher, then the lowest qualified teacher in the state would be better. When I had to get my teaching certificate, I've got my teacher file up here still. The thing that pissed me off is my classmates were sweating a basic skills test. Grammar, reading, mathematics, and writing. On my writing exam, because I had already severed the tendon in my wrist, I got an 80 on my writing exam. I got a 96 overall. They gave me an 80 on my writing exam with an annotation that said, this individual clearly can understand all the structure. We just literally cannot read his writing. And I contacted them back. I said, but is it a pass? They said, yes. I said, because it's not a pass, I can come back and retake it. And they're like, you passed. I had classmates that were master's degree seeking students for their MA in education sweating a basic skills test. Are you fucking kidding me? You're sweating a basic skills test? So what'd my state do? Got rid of it. Why? Because they said it disproportionately affected people of color. So you're telling me you lowered the standards so low that you now have teachers in classrooms that can't read and write teaching? Shouldn't all of the English and literature teachers been all about keeping that test in place, considering to get their endorsement, they need to know how to read and write? I'm just asking. Shouldn't math teachers have been okay with it? Because how can you pass the math instructional test? It's not fair that people of color don't have equal outcome to those people are not color, except you're wrong. They do have equal outcome. They do have equal outcome. There are more poor white people than there are poor black people. So where is the disconnect? Is it because your numbers aren't equal? Because white people are 55% of the country and black people are 13.5% of the country? So the total number of black people who are billionaires is directly proportional to the 13.5% of the population? Is it per capita. That's what I'm talking about. What I'm addressing is you're saying people of color don't have equal outcome. Well, then what you're saying is Major League Baseball should only allow 13.5% of the league to be black. And the NFL should only allow 13.5% of the league to be black. And 13.5% of those athletes have to now go play ice hockey because the NHL has to have 13.5% of its players be black. See, the problem with sports are meritocracy. That's different. Oh, hold on. Why is sports ability different than academic ability? Why is it though that black people play ice hockey at a lower rate than black people play basketball? Is it because maybe ice hockey has anywhere between $1,200 and $2,000 a year at the high school level to play? Either an enlightened society has recognized meritocracy in academics isn't fair. No, it hasn't. Tell me which enlightened society has recognized that. Name one. Name one. Because even the Romans had status of slavery if their slaves could already read. Yeah, you're trying to have a blend of fair and equal. Fair and equal aren't synonyms. If they were synonyms, we wouldn't have two different words, and the protection under the law wouldn't say fair and equal treatment. You can be treated fairly and be treated unequally. You're an individual who's in kidney failure. You're not sent to jail on many of the bond conditions that you would normally be sent to. There's a school district in California that got rid of algebra because it was racist, and those teachers are allowed to take into account a student's life experience when grading their math tests. And those kids aren't learning math the way they should be because the rest of the fucking world manages to teach their kids rich, poor, middle, anything algebra. Math is not racist, it's fucking math. Here, just so we're clear on something, this is the same bullshit I did a video on this a while ago because I'm tired of this fucking argument. I'm really tired of this fucking argument because it's a stupid fucking argument. But those kids feel better about themselves and don't have pressure. But those kids don't know fucking algebra. Who gives a shit how they feel about themselves? They don't know fucking algebra. This is the fucking problem. It's racism. I don't feel pity for black people. I feel pity for poor people, no matter their color. Did you know we live in a fucking country that is so dumb? Punctuation. Young people don't trust anyone who uses punctuation. Texts are passive aggressive because they have punctuation. The racial policies of grammar correction. Are you fucking kidding me? You see, by highlighting spelling and punctuation errors, the professor is contributing to an unsafe climate for students of color. Reminding students of the basic rules of English apparently helps create a hostile and toxic environment. Such are the mental and emotional traumas of the modern grad school intellectual. These, remember, are people studying for master's degrees and doctorates, claiming punctuation is racist. Microaggression. Look, you illiterate motherfucker, you shouldn't be in a master's program or a doctoral program if you don't know basic English. This bullshit is gotta fucking stop. The standard is this. You are either above it or you are below it. Are you a white kid living in a trailer park, barefoot, eating mayonnaise sandwiches, fucking your sister on Saturdays? You still gotta read at this level. If you don't read at this level, you're illiterate. There's always been a big reason why there's a war over education. A dumb population is easier to control. Right, you're exactly right. A dumb population is easier to control. A dumb population is easier to control. Because a dumb population can be led by the nose by Bernie Sanders and says a $15 an hour minimum wage will solve all your problems. Oh, really, asshole? So why did all the problems in California not get solved when they raised fast food worker minimum wage $20 an hour? Is it because when you make the minimum wage 20, then the lineman won't go out and work for 23? The lineman turns around and says, I want 31. Why'd my power bill go up? Because we just had to give all the linemen a $9 an hour raise. Because we can't get guys to go out in the middle of a rainstorm and risk their life. When the UBI is coming, no, it's not. Universal basic income is not coming. It'll never work. Universal basic income will never work. It will never work. How do you get a job? How do you get a house on universal basic income? Why would I sell my house to you at universal basic income? What do you mean no jobs will be needed? We've done that. We've done UBI in the past. They were called the projects. We gave people, we try. UBI is an end communism state. We have to walk all the way through socialism before we can get to UBI. Who the fuck wants to be a doctor, a medical student for 11 fucking years to become a doctor if they're going to make the same as the garbage man? Jimmy Carr said this best. I don't have the clip available, but the goal of any society should be from each according to their ability to each according to their need. From each according to their ability. Look, man, you have the ability to do this. Get up and do it. I don't want to do it. Then don't fucking eat today. Because you have the ability to. I'm not going to ask the person confined to a wheelchair to stock stuff anything higher than the first or second shelf. In fact, I'm not going to ask the person in the wheelchair to stock any shelves because they're just going to be in the way. I'm going to ask the person in the wheelchair to sit at the counter and do the paperwork because they're already seated 24/7 anyway. People who believe a UBI is good for them don't understand that a UBI is going to reduce your quality of life, not increase it. I worked in a financial assistance shelter, and of all the times I worked in the financial assistance shelter, I had one out of probably close to 1,000 cases where a person was truly fucked. Truly fucked. All the rest were fucked by choice. They want us so stupid we enjoy the circus instead of us asking for bread. Close. They want you so stupid you enjoy the circus instead of asking for more. We give you a bag of popcorn, we give you a seat at the circus, we entertain you, we give you a show, you go home, you don't challenge anything. They've got this race war going on right now. The liberals have you all twisted up in knots. You're literally you're fighting against the federal government for something that the last 3 liberal presidents have done en masse. And they have you so convinced that Donald Trump is the devil that you're fighting him. Period. Dot. All ICE is trying to do is get rid of the 12 million people out of the country so that will free up jobs and houses. Now, the jobs thing is interesting. If a person from another country took your job, it was never your job to begin with. I'm sorry. Washing dishes isn't a $20 an hour job. I really don't understand where the money comes from in order to fund UBI. If no one's working, no one's making money. If no one's making money, no one's running or starting businesses. Is this some kind of self-perpetuating wheel of money that just never stops? The universal basic income ideal is that it will come from taxes. It will come from the taxes on the people who want more, so they do more. What people do not understand is that in order for UBI to work, you will be back to living in projects where all the poor people will be put in one place because all the poor people services will be consolidated in one place. Once we start taxing wealth, then all will be fixed. They do tax wealth. I pay 42 times more in taxes than somebody in the first tax bracket. I don't get to, 28 times. I pay 28 times more in taxes than the people in the lowest tax bracket, but I don't get to vote 28 times on election day. I use the roads, but I don't get to use them 28 times more than the people who pay lower taxes. I don't get to go to the front of the line at the DMV. People that keep saying they don't tax the wealthy, they do tax the wealthy. What they need to fix is corporate tax. What they have to fix is the ability to live off debt. But they do tax the wealthy. Also, people that think Elon Musk has $700 billion, he doesn't. He has approximately $400 billion if he if he had to liquidate everything in a single day. Elon Musk, it could maybe get $400 billion. And if he took all of that wealth out of the stock market, he would crush the market. Right, but here's what you're missing. He would get $400 billion. And this is what people aren't getting. See, you did the standard flippant response. People are like, Elon Musk is worth $700 billion. No, he's not. At this snapshot in time right now, the shares of stock he holds are worth $700 billion. But if he needed that in cash, he would get $400 billion out of the market. And then he would pay capital gains tax on the majority of those shares at 25%. So there's another $100 billion gone right off the cut. So Elon Musk can get a hold of $300 billion in cash if he could even pull all of his money out and get $400 billion, keeping in mind that SpaceX and Tesla and the third company he has would all be worthless. When I have a huge percentage of shares of stock in a company, as I sell off those shares, the value of that company goes down. So the problem is he has less than half of the wealth people believe he has anyway. And if he tried to liquidate everything, he would owe $100 billion to the government. Now, as I always say, over and over and over again, instead of worrying about taxing the rich, why don't we worry about stopping the waste? Why don't we balance the budget so 20 cents out of every dollar doesn't go to pay on the national debt? Imagine your tax liability going down by 20%. Imagine how much easier your life would be if you got to keep 20% of what you owed to the government. That's where the relief comes in. Not this magical, let's tax Elon Musk on money he doesn't have and crush 3 companies. Do you think ETF and passive income flows become a problem when mass layoffs happen? Yeah. Yeah. Did you notice that before COVID, every fucking street corner you drove past, work from home, make $800 a week, all these things? All those vanished during COVID? Those jobs are always scams. They're pyramid schemes. Because I'll tell you right now, I like some of you, but if I suddenly had a scheme, a way to make $1,000 a week from home, I wouldn't tell any of you motherfuckers. I would tell my 20-year-old daughter. I would tell my 24-year-old daughter. I'd tell my 28-year-old daughter, right? I would tell their boyfriends. I would tell my adult age cousins. I would tell everybody other than you if they were real. Does he ever have to pay tax on that money after he pays the 25% from capital gains? Yes, depending on what he does with it. Remember, he pulls out that $300 billion. What does he do with it after that? And what people are so pissed off about is they think they understand it because they listen to a TikToker and they're like, oh, well, you can save your money by putting it into a trust. Al Capone murdered dozens or hundreds of people and he went to jail for tax evasion. Do you have $15 million in assets? No. Why are you fucking worried about trusts? That's my challenge to anybody who starts yapping about trusts. Are you worth $15 million or more? No. Take the word trust out of your vocabulary. It doesn't apply to you. You're not there yet. Period. Dot. Putting your money into trust to avoid inheritance tax. Do you have over $600,000 in assets? No. Okay, then what are you worried about? You have a house with a mortgage and a beat up car. Your probate is like 4 minutes. Your Honor, this doesn't even meet the threshold, blah, blah, blah. It's a house, a mortgage, da-da-da. Yet, so optimistic. You're right. I'm the youngest son of an Irish immigrant. I've accumulated more wealth. No, he can't take the, see, I'm tired of people saying stupid shit. The money is in America. He can't take it out of America without paying tax on it. He can take the 300 million out of America, put it in the islands, but he can't take the 400 million or the 400 billion out and put it in the islands. He has to give the government their 100 billion. He can't take it out of California without paying California their state tax. Once it's yours in liquid form again, you can do a lot of things with it. But you have to pay the piper. You have to render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's. If you don't, you're gonna go to the booty house like Al Capone did. Wesley Snipes didn't think he needed to pay taxes. No, there's no such, stop the bullshit. There's no greasing the right pocket. People need to stop that shit. You can't grease the right pockets, because as having been a member of the fucking federal government, there is no way for the government to keep fucking secrets, because more than 2 people always find out about it. We have specifically decentralized control of things. The guy that, the fucking guy at the SEC that has to send the paperwork to the IRS, that's one guy. Then the guy at the IRS receives it. Then the guy that reviews Musk's return is another guy. Are you telling me 3 fucking people can keep a secret? No. Yeah, when you win at the casino, the government takes its share before you even get access to the money. When you Stanley Morgan or Charles Schwab, whoever he uses, they're gonna withhold a chunk of that because it's over the threshold. They're required to withhold a chunk of that. They're gonna say, no, we're not giving you 400 billion. We're giving you 300 billion, and we're giving the IRS your other 100 billion because that's what you're gonna owe. You file it with them. You get your money back from the dealer's cage. We gotta stop this bullshit. No, he couldn't pull 400 out of the economy and move it to a different country. He could pull out 400 billion, pay taxes on it. Yeah, and then he would be told, go file your taxes, get your money back from the IRS. Now, once he has his 300 billion in cash, could he move that down to the islands? Yeah, he could. He absolutely could. You know why he doesn't? Because rich people, despite what a lot of people say, rich people don't put all of their money down in the Cayman Islands because those banks are likely to go poof tomorrow. They're not going to let you, no one's going to put all their money down there. Is he going to put some of it down there? Yeah. Does he probably already have some money down there? Yeah. In case he has to bail the United States and go down and be somewhere else with access to money. But people got to stop this bullshit. If only the rich would pay their taxes. They already pay their taxes. They pay luxury tax on their private jets. They pay luxury tax on their expensive cars. They pay out the ass and property tax on their homes. People are like, I don't think they're paying enough. Well, we can talk about that. But let's talk about the first line, and let's talk about stop wasting everybody's money. Let's talk about balancing the budget. Then we can talk about raising taxes. But if the rich pay their taxes, then how is it that more of us aren't rich like them? How do we make it fair? It is fair. Liberty Twitcher, let me say this. I am the youngest son of an Irish immigrant. I understand the phrase, I don't have enough butter to scrape across the bread because I don't have the butter and I sure as shit don't have the bread. I have generated more wealth than 3 of my siblings. Why? Because I started off poor, I got a taste of rich, tragedy struck, I was poor again, I became rich again, and I figured out if I have to decide between being poor and being rich, I want to be rich every day of the fucking week. I'm going to fucking Disney World on Thursday. I'll be gone for 5 days. I've never been sad at Disney World. Money can't buy happiness? Bullshit. I ain't gonna be sad when I'm hugging Mickey Mouse. Now, how is the system fair? Get your lazy ass off the couch and go work. Well, the rich people profit off my labor. Yeah, they do. Because without the rich people, there's no job to sell your labor to. As I said, it's so hard to do. It was easier in our parents' time. You're right, it was easier in your parents' time. And you know what makes it harder and harder and harder? The dumb fuck poor people who vote for people like Bernie Sanders. It's not fair. It's not fair. It's hard to get a mortgage. Well, what happened in 2008 and 2009? We made it easier to get mortgages, so we had strippers buying 5 houses. You're not supposed to be more than 30% debt to income on your mortgage. But people were mad. Oh, it's racial discrimination. It's economic discrimination. It's sideways discrimination. So Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac lowered the standard. And then people were like, I can't pay my mortgage. Banks don't want to foreclose on your house. And whichever fucking content creator keeps saying banks want to foreclose on your house, tell that content creator to shut the fuck up because they've never dealt with a foreclosure. Banks don't want to foreclose on houses because banks lose their ass foreclosing on the house. A bank has to keep a team of fucking lawyers in every state they give mortgages to go to court and get evictions and foreclosure notices. They have to have a whole fucking team of people constantly rewriting their underwriting agreements. They want you to get your house. They want you to pay your fucking payments. Now, what the bank really wants is that you never pay extra. The bank doesn't want to foreclose on your house. Why? If the bank wanted to foreclose on your house, the bank would foreclose on your house on day 31 after you've missed the mortgage payment. Banks will bend over backwards to help you so they don't have to foreclose on the piece of shit. Banks sure as shit, like some people are like, well, my grandma paid on her house for 27 years out of a 30-year mortgage and then the bank took her home. Yeah, give me the rest of the story. That's it. That's the whole story. Bullshit, that's not the whole story. Because you shouldn't be paying in year 27 on a 30-year mortgage. If you're still paying on your 30-year mortgage in year 27, nobody ever fucking taught you you're supposed to round up to either the next 100 or the 100 after that, depending on where you're at. If your mortgage is $1,107 a month, you should be paying $1,200. If your mortgage is $1,193, you should be paying $1,300. This alone is going to take off anywhere between 7 and 11 years off the mortgage. We can't save anymore. Things are too expensive. Bullshit. No, they're not. Bull fucking shit. No, the fuck they're not. No, they are not. I told you, I worked in a financial assistance place. I did probably close to 1,000 cases. One time did I run into a person who was fucked by the system. No, they're not. They're not too expensive. Not a single... I had a woman come in, didn't follow the checklist, didn't have a damn thing printed that I needed, but she rolled up in a fucking Range Rover and she had a fucking iPhone. Mandami has the right idea, but putting limits on prices, that will help us. No, it won't. No, it won't. It won't help you at all. It won't help you in the slightest. Why do you think that will help? Why the fuck do you think that will help you? I'm going to show you why that won't help you. I buy this item for $1, and after all of my internal costs, I have to sell it for $2.99. This is where I make a profit. Because remember, I have to sell that $1 item for $2.99 because you've been pissing and moaning and bitching and crying to Bernie Sanders and you want a higher minimum wage. So now you want higher property taxes out of businesses so your kids can have better schools, and you want me to have to pay higher minimum wage. But Mandami will allow you to make some profit. No. Let me help you out. You missed the point. If I'm operating on this and you come along and you tell me I can only charge this, my response is, I'm going to charge you this. Because I ain't going to sell shit in there. I'm going to close up my store. And guess what you're not going to have there? You're not going to have Jalon Incorporated providing you baby formula and bottles and medicine and Band-Aids and gauze and chips and WIC food, milk, meals, lunch meat in my coolers. I'm just going to close down my CVS. So then Mandami will open the store and run it for our benefit. And how's he going to do that? Because he's not allowed to by law. So how's that going to happen? Or did you vote for a guy in New York that doesn't understand the government cannot operate that way? Oh, he's going to use the taxpayer money for the millionaires he wants to tax, which he can't because the governor already said, fuck off, I'm not taxing the millionaires. You already have a 20 some odd percent portion of the population paying 60% of the state's bills. What the fuck? You have a $12 billion deficit in New York. What the fuck do you think's going to happen when half of those people leave for Florida? Your $12 billion deficit's going to be $18 billion in the span of one guy's term. What you're asking for is communism. Communism doesn't work. It doesn't fucking work. Communism can't work. You elected a guy in New York that didn't understand the mayor of New York doesn't control the New York buses and got told by the governor, pound sand, I'm not making the buses free. There's no such thing as free. It's taxpayer provided. Europe does not have free education. Europe has taxpayer provided education. Europeans that come to my chat will say, yeah, I don't know why you guys are all fucking on about this bullshit. It doesn't work that way. Has there ever been a country that has practiced proper communism? No, because proper communism can't function. Proper communism is everybody is equal and everybody gets the same except for the people that we appoint to sit above the system. And now everybody's not equal. Cuba, they're in trouble because the U.S. won't trade with them. It's the USA's fault. No, the fuck it's not. Bullshit. Cuba's not even a communist fucking country. It's a fucking dictatorship. Cuba is a one party. Shit, they have a party. In communism, you don't have a ruling party. You don't have a political party. You choose from among those with the talent. It's a meritocracy. Communism's leadership requires a meritocracy. Period. Dot. From among the best of you with the ability, you ensure equality. But because we have a ruling class, now we don't have equality. Communism requires a pure democracy because it requires each to have an equal vote. What's the problem fundamentally with a democracy? The 55% of the white people in America vote to kill the 13% of the black people in America. You got what you wanted. You asked for a democracy. Holy shit, I thought democracy was the good form of government. No. Governments aren't good and governments aren't bad. Well, they live under a dictator. Oh, you mean they live under a person with absolute authority who's providing for education, medical care, food, jobs, doesn't go to war? Oh, you mean a dictatorship can be a benevolent dictatorship? You mean a dictatorship could be good, but a democracy can be bad? And a constitutional federal republic can be good or bad? Oh, so you mean it involves the leadership case? Oh, shit. Yeah, the human factor. Did we look at the Scandinavian economic model? We have many, many times. I've looked at the Scandinavian economic model many, many times. You have free market capitalism with a comprehensive welfare state. Why does it work for Scandinavia? Because they're a small country with a $1 trillion $1 trillion petroleum reserve. It's really easy to care for your country when you have some of these countries have $1 trillion oil reserve and they have 6 million people. And guess what? I don't think he's here today. There's a wonderful guy in my community His name is 6 Foot. He pays more taxes. I think his VAT is 22%. Remember, if you're getting it from the government, somebody's paying for it. That somebody is you. That somebody is you. Saving to get ahead. Yeah, that's Norway. Hold on, I'll get you the numbers. The standard VAT for the Scandinavian countries: Denmark, 25%, Sweden, 25%, Norway, 25%, Finland, 25.5%, Iceland, 24%. So you have countries that are operating. You have countries that are operating a wonderful socialist system because the population of their entire country is less than that of the city of Chicago or the Chicago metropolitan area. And some of them, that's just VAT. That's not their overall income. That's just their VAT. Norway and Denmark both have petroleum reserves. All 6 of the Nordic countries, all 6 of the Scandinavian countries have oil reserves. So here's the thing. Here's your problem. I'm not downgrading my life to suffer for 20 years to get ahead. Here's the problem. And I'm going to call you out because I call people out on this show. I'm not downgrading my life to suffer for 20 years to get ahead. Then you don't want to get ahead, and that is your choice. But don't blame the system and don't blame the rule book that you don't want to do that. I chose from a very young age, because I have older siblings. 20 years is too long, sorry. That's fine. Don't downgrade your life then. Stay in debt forever. Don't pass any generational wealth down to your kids. That's your fucking choice. But don't hate the rule book. Don't hate the game if you're choosing to not do it. Okay? When I was about 13, my older brother sat me down and he said, my dad wanted me to start learning a trade. And my older brother was a great older brother. My older brother took me out for lunch. And I remember we sat on a park bench and he said, don't let dad do to you what he did to the rest of us. And I said, what's that? And he said, don't let dad make your choices for you. My brother was a mechanic because dad, at the time that brother was growing up, my dad was making good money as a mechanic. So he set my brother on the path of a mechanic. Now, mechanics make good money, but they don't make 6-figure money. My brother said, don't let dad dictate your life to you. Do what he tells you, but chase your own dreams. I got to high school. I realized this sucks. I went to an all-boys high school. Now, that sucks ass. Smells terrible. I said to myself, you know what? This is nonsense. I went to the local university and asked them about running start. I had my degrees by 20. I had both of my undergraduate degrees before I could legally buy a drink in America. The game is shit because it's mostly over because of several mistakes, but because I was ignorant. Even though I have a good job, well, I call it good, I will never be out of debt. Right, but that's the problem. You got into debt. You don't want to realize that your greatest source of wealth is your income. Liberty Twitcher, the problem is you want me to pay for your life. I don't want to pay for your life. I don't want to pay for your life. I have zero interest in paying for your life. I want to pay for my life. You want me to pay for you. Well, why don't you do what I did? And that's an honest to God question. You want me to pay for you, but I got to pay for me. I don't give 2 fucks but that's how things are made fair. No, that's how things are made equal. You want things to be equal. I didn't have any wealth. I turned 18. I never got $1 million check for being a white Irish dude in America. Nobody gave me shit. I started college at 16. Went to high school all day, jumped on the bus, went up the fucking road, went to the university till 9:50, walked to the bus, took the bus home, did homework for an hour or two, went to bed, got up the next morning to start the whole process over again 4 nights a week. I sacrificed a period of my life. I'm sure that you were probably at 16 years old, right? You were probably in the back seat with Mary Rotten Crotch, trying to get a piece of the same girl everybody's had. I was in college learning about Socrates, Aristotle, Plato, learning about Freud and Maslow and the hierarchy of needs. I chose to sacrifice, and now you want a piece of my pie? I'm sorry, no. If I want to give you a piece of my pie, it's my pie, motherfucker. I'll give you what I choose to give you. I will stab the hand that reaches to take a slice of my pie. Because it ain't your fucking pie, it's my pie. Right? The problem is you don't understand the difference between the words fair and equal. Fair is everybody gets what they deserve. Equal is everybody gets the same. But what are those of us who want to make beats and be YouTube creators? How are we supposed to earn? I will tell you, there is a great thing. Ready? There is a great answer. I will address this. Do your beats make you money? No? Then you're not very good at it. Go get a job that you're good at. Period. Dot. Live within the means of the money provided by whatever course you take. Period. Like, this isn't a weird flex. Okay? I hate flexing, but some people need to come to reality that I'm Mr. Conductor and I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Okay? I'm tired of people saying the system is rigged. I'm fucking tired of it. I don't like taking cash because it's a big pain in my ass. It's 4 hours of work. I'm tired of people saying you can't do it. Is it 4 hours of content creation? No. Shouldn't enlightened societies make sure that we earn enough as long as we're doing what we want? No, they should not. No, the fuck they should not. Not at all. See, this is where you've gotten some bad shit into your head. You believe you're living in an era that's not reality. You're talking about utopia. We are not in a utopia. We are in a society that has equality of equity, equality of opportunity. Yeah, I want to play World of Warcraft all day long. You pay for my house, bitch. That's what people get. Yeah, the belief system of I exist, therefore I deserve. No. You don't deserve shit. You deserve what you earn. And Delaron's in the chat. This young man, I call him young man because he's significantly younger than me, but this young man worked harder than I did. And I'm sure, penny for penny, pound for pound, stand in the ring, blow for blow, Delaron would look at my balance sheet and his balance sheet, and he would have every right to say, this isn't fair, bro. I'd be like, why? He's like, I worked harder than you. And I would say, yes, you did. And he would say, but you have more than me. And I would say, yes, I do. He worked harder I will admit, he worked harder than me. Period. Dot. I told stories about Delaron before he ever found my Twitch channel. This young man worked his ass off. So you think it isn't rigged? No, it's not rigged. Delaron brought up the point. I was further along in my life journey, but you know why I respect Delaron as a young man? Because he fucking listened. He didn't follow my instruction manual, but he listened to a guy named Jack. He listened to a guy named Rob. He listened to a guy named Dennis. He listened to a guy named Jalan. He listened to a girl named Terry. He listened to some other people. And what he did was he balanced my parents, what they're telling me, with what people are telling me, what people of all age ranges are telling me, and he cut his own path. That's why I respect him. We just have the same wealth and opportunities as the boomers. No. Stop. That's bullshit. Stop blaming the fucking boomers. The boomers didn't do anything to you. The boomers didn't do anything to you. They did nothing to you. The government decided to go off of a hard currency standard to a fiat currency, which puts more money in the hands of more people, because you can't do fractional lending at a 90 to 10% ratio with hard currency, because people tend to notice there's more money in circulation than there should be. The problem is people blame the boomers because their necessities were cheaper and their luxuries were more. Now, the luxuries are cheaper and the necessities are more because you want more than the boomers had. I see people all the time say baby boomers were able to buy their house for 3 years' wages. Yeah? What'd they buy? A 900 to 1150 square foot home. The house I grew up in was a baby boomer special. And as an adult, I would just about be able to reach out my fingertips and touch the 2 walls in the room. My childhood bedroom was so fucking small, I had to leave it to change my mind. I had a bed, a desk, and a dresser. And I'm not shitting you. I had a bed, a desk, and a dresser, and enough room to maybe do sit-ups on the floor. That's it. My bedroom was 95 square feet. Go to hell, Satan. Okay. I mean, I'll be back there soon enough. There's a place for me down there. It's called the throne. But with young leaders like Mandami, we'll see the balance and fairness can be achieved. No, it can't. Why is it that you're sucking off the fucking mayor of New York? What he wants to do is institute straight communism at the expense of other people's money. Shit, dude, it is really easy to pay your fucking bills when you're taking the money out of dad's wallet. It's really hard to pay your bills when you go looking for dad's wallet and it's in dad's pocket and you can't reach into it. You want the rich people's money. I don't want you to have my money. I want you to go do the work I did. Long nights, hard work. Are you mad because Ashes is gone? No. Why would I be mad? Fair is a 4-letter word that starts with F. Just stop using it. You're right. Fair is a dirty F word. You want fair. The system is fair. You just don't like. You're at the bottom of the hill, and you're like, damn. Jalan is at the peak of Everest. I want to see it. But we had COVID and all the other struggles that didn't exist for baby boomers. Are you fucking dumb? Are you fucking trolling at this point? You had COVID. They had fucking polio, bro. They had COVID. We had COVID. Yeah. And COVID got you. Yeah. They had the silent generation had, I don't know, the Great fucking Depression. Oh, the baby boomers had what? 2 drafted wars? Hold on. Crab, I'll address what you said because the system's not rigged. Now that we have some stuff in there, you said, I had to get a kidney transplant because I had a horseshoe kidney. I was barely able to scrape up $300K in debt. And then you're saying it isn't rigged. It is. One thing can go wrong and fuck you forever. That doesn't mean the system is rigged. When baby boomers die, hold on. When baby boomers die and all their money passes down, what will the excuses be then? There won't be. Because what will happen, my father is 83 years old, I think. My father's wealth, I don't know if my father's going to leave anything to me. I don't know if he is, I don't know if he isn't. I don't need my father's wealth. I don't need my father's money. My question is, Liberty, is why didn't you, in the land of opportunity, why didn't you make something of yourself? It's an honest question. The guy with the kidney transplant has a right to be jaded. Medical, $300,000 in medical debt, that's a different story. That's not luxury. That's not overspending. That's not living outside your means. That's legitimate. But what I'm tired of is people that say, no, it wouldn't cost $10 over there. I'm tired of that shit too. Europeans in the chat say all the time they have medical deductibles, they have medical payments. It is what it is. And if it only costs $10 over there, you'd have a flock of people going over there to get kidneys. Stop your bullshit. Every generation has their struggles. Absolutely. Every generation has their struggles. But my question is, why the fuck do people have such a weak fucking internal locus of control that they blame everything else on the system? The shitty system I grew up in is the same shitty system you grew up in. Then why am I a millionaire and you're not? Why am I able to do this to help people and I don't take a dime of this money? I don't take a penny of my content creation money. I do, however, have a DMCA-free record label where I make all the music available to all the streamers so they don't have to get copyright strikes. But it was different back then. Now things are harder. No, they're not harder. They're not harder. They're different. They're different. How are they harder? I had enough money to retire at 19 and never work another day in my life, and then my mom got cancer and it wiped out all of my holdings. I had to sell my house. I had to liquidate all of my money. I was poor again. You know what I said? I was poor, I was rich, I was poor. I like being rich, I'm going to be rich again. So what did I do? I worked harder. And I worked smarter. I've been there. The ratio of wages to cost of living is for sure more difficult. No, it's not. No, it's not. What I hate hearing people say is shit like, the median household cost is $440,000. That's a fact. And people jump on board of it and they'll say, what they'll say is the median household income is $440,000, or the median house price is $440,000, but they don't understand what median is. Do you know what a median household price of $440,000 means? It means 50% of the houses are cheaper than that. And it means 12.5% of the houses are in the $125,000 range. That's what it means. People are more disconnected, which makes it harder in a way, but I think the big thing is we have less motivation than boomers. You do have less motivation than boomers. I was raised by my silent generation parents, grandparents. I am a Gen Xer who's on the cusp of being a millennial, but millennials don't think I look and walk and talk like them because I was raised till 5 by my grandparents, because my parents dropped me off on the way to work because my grandparents were available. Now people complain that grandparents aren't available, and I say, well, where do you live? I live in San Diego. Where do your parents live? Chicago. Well, why the fuck do you think your parents aren't available? You made a choice to go where you wanted to live. I stayed with my grandparents until my little cousin was born, and then because nobody in the family thought it was fair that grandma would have a baby and a 4.5-year-old, they put me into preschool. Because my family all stayed within 50 minutes of home, their home, and the home was on the way to the jobs. My daughter said once, well, it's so hard because you guys aren't here. I'm in the same fucking house I've been in for 10 fucking years. You chose to go from living 15 minutes away to living 15 hours away. You made that choice. So don't you ever say it's not the same. Because you made a choice. I don't have the motivation to scheme through and get ahead of a market or anything like that. Then fine. Then that right there is why you're content then. You're content where you're at. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you're content where you're at, then act content, please. If you don't want to jock up, you don't want to put on a jock strap and put your balls in it and take the risk of getting hit, then don't bitch about the system. Sort of, but prices are increasing or ruining my contentness. Yeah, thank you. I love this. I love this. I fucking love this. It is easier to be the victim than the author of your destiny. Yes. Medical care. Having a mom that died of cancer. Having seen my fucking medical bill, I was fortunate. I was still a college student. I was in a traumatic brain injury causing car accident. My car got hit and put into the K-rail at 70 miles an hour. I spun, hit the back end of the car off the K-rail, spun, hit the front end off of the K-rail, launching the hood into oncoming traffic, spun again, and then finally, after 3 spins, the car stopped. I broke my orbital bone, lacerated my face, lacerated my muzzle, broke all 8 of my fingers when the airbag blew my hands off the fucking goddamn steering wheel, and broke 9 ribs. I saw the bill for that. And my payment for that was, I think, $33.53, $179. The moment I saw that, what I said was, I for damn sure am going to have fucking health insurance the rest of my life. When I looked around for jobs, what's your health insurance? Well, we don't offer it to part-time employees. Thanks. Because I knew the value of it. I went into the military. Why'd I go into the military? I'll give you 20 years, you give me lifetime medical care. Sounds like a good deal to me. I was enlisted and I was looking at the officer pay schedule and I was like, let's do this officer thing. It's like 3 times as much money. There's a whole ass career. You can draw a pension at 38 years old. Go in at 18, draw a pension at 38. They'll pay for your undergraduate education. You get your commission. Just work your ass off for the first 10 years. Become a lieutenant by year 10. You can still retire by year 20 with somewhere approximately in the $70,000 range for your pension. Then you have 38 and on to live however you want. I'm tired of the fucking bullshit with people. Our own anecdotal stories and experiences do not objectively prove a system is rigged or not. Fine, show me where the system is rigged. I'm so fucking tired. First of all, anecdotal evidence is anecdotal, but anecdotal evidence is where all investigations start. And anecdotal evidence and statements lead you to find objective numbers. Guess what? It's too hard, and they say we can't be fat. Okay, then don't be, then lose weight. David Goggins was 280 pounds, total bag of shit. Went to the recruiter. Recruiter called him a total bag of shit. Guy lost 100 pounds to join the military. He didn't get the fat shot. See, you're constantly looking for the easy way out. You want a pill for every ill. You have an excuse for everything. David Goggins, in the military, he's regarded as the baddest man on the planet. Every military member respects his ass. He passed 3 elite combat schools. Most people pass 1 or 2. He passed 3. The man, 8 100-mile marathons in 8 consecutive weeks. He used to be I think he was 300 pounds. He went to the recruiter. They said, you're a fat piece of shit. You ain't coming into the military. He lost 100 pounds to join the military. The problem is, why I'm an unpopular streamer is I'm never going to let you feel sorry for yourself. And once you get so far down the road of feeling sorry for yourself, then honestly, you're beyond hope. Go get a shrink because you need it. If all you do is make excuses, guys, you're never going to get anywhere in life. You're just making fucking excuses. If I can do it, you can do it. Tom McDonald used to be a fucking drug addict. Okay? Tom McDonald used to be a fucking drug addict. And now he is the richest independent rapper, gets played more than mainstream rappers. Go listen to his songs. If I can do it, you can do it. That's what he says.
Taylor, it's not your job to make excuses. That's all you guys do good. It's either a leg thing, or a spiritual thing, or a psychological thing. Who used heart attack? Me.
I don't deal with excuses. I don't deal with them. They're bullshit. They're weak. They're weak. Only the weak make excuses. Only the weak make excuses. There's a wall in your way. Figure out something to do. Go around it, go over it, go under it, go through it, build a door, get a saw, knock it down. Or double back the way you went and find a route that doesn't include a wall. I truly believe this. I believe that every high school in America should have to build a Project X course. And to graduate from high school, you should have to pass Project X. I can't talk any more about it because it's an NDA thing with the military. You don't talk about Project X. You can look it up. The German scientist who created Project X, you can find it. We deal in mediocrity. We deal in mediocrity. And it's our stock and trade as America. We deal in mediocrity. Or just do like me, suck it up and cry, bitch and moan the entire time, but still do it. Right. My daddy didn't raise a quitter, but my mom raised a complainer. So I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna bitch and moan the entire time I'm doing it. But at least I did it. See, I'm tired of people making their half-ass excuses. So what you're telling me, well, a great man, he's not a great man. The frigidity of rugged individualism with the warmth of collectivism. We can't all be David Goggins. We need help. No, you can be fucking David Goggins. This is the problem, man. You're sucking off the mayor of New York because he wants to take my money and give it to you. That's called charity. You want to be a fucking charity case? You tell me right now, what the fuck is so wrong with your life that you can't earn it for yourself and you need my money? Because when you say the rich, you're talking about me. Because I pay probably 28 times in taxes more than you do. Because I pay taxes on every damn thing I do. So tell me why you need my money. What the fuck happened to you that you need my money? That you can't man up or woman up because you have a non-gender specific name. Why can't you put on your big boy jockstrap or your big girl panties and fucking get what you want out of life? What is holding you back other than your own negative attitude? Anecdotal story for the people at home who are new here. I broke my legs when I was 2. They told my parents I would never walk. I was a 4-sport athlete. I had to get a waiver to go into the military. My waiver said if I broke my legs in the first 6 years in the military, I'd be discharged with no benefits because it's a pre-existing medical condition. I said, bring that shit on. Yeah, exactly. My money is already getting wasted by the government. Why the fuck do I want to give the government more money? It's called charity. Like last week, I was on my phone and a veteran texted me upset. I won't say crying because I didn't know if they were crying or not. They got $9,000 and they won't get paid for like 5 months. They're going to be homeless. This community, made up of a lot of vets, donated to me without me even asking. Person just dropped a $150 donation for a sister, a brother and sister. It's our sister vet. I ended up giving that veteran all the money I made that day, and I went and I did another contract job. Now I have to talk to the accountant, but I'm out of the office officially. I got to figure out a way. How much can I give that veteran, and what's the best way to do it? Like, how do I make sure I'm legal the way I do this? That veteran didn't ask for shit. The veteran just said, hey, I'm going to be homeless. I said, hey, here's $252 and whatever, something, 94 cents maybe. This is what I made and the donations we got. You just finished dealing with the IRS. I don't want to give them more if I don't have to. Right. Render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's. Advocate for tax reduction. And honestly, this may sound harsh. The United States needs what Sweden has, but to a higher level. You don't want to live anymore? No problem. Come on in, come to the office, we'll do the paperwork. Step into the nitrous oxide chamber. 3 minutes later, you're dead. We'll process your body. Move on. There's just an awful lot of people that don't have the will to live. You don't have the will to live. Okay? Then I think that you should have a legal way to not have to live anymore. All you're going to do is walk around and bitch about it anyway. What kind of life do you have? What kind of negative individual around everybody are you if you're negative all the fucking time? Get your ass up. There is money to be made. Shit, man, I would love. You don't even need to let me. I don't want the lotto numbers. I don't want any unfair edge. I just want to go back. I want to transport 18-year-old me to 2026. Bring 18-year-old me to 2026. I'll be king of the fucking world with the lack of fucking motivation and drive people have. My drive from 1996 in 2026, I'll be the fucking king of the world. No doubt. People just don't want to fucking try. Oh, I want the rich people's money. I want a handout. The company is making too much profit. Okay? Grow your own vegetables. Did you ever think of that? Oh, that's too much work. Oh, guess what? Every outcome is it's going to be too much work. People that are in debt won't get a second job. They want to just sit around and bitch all weekend. Lazy is a trait only rich people can afford. If you're poor and you want nice shit, you better figure out how to make nice shit out of secondhand shit. Shit, man. Fucking take a table into my garage, strip the table, get all the crappy white paint somebody painted the chairs with, take all that apart, strip all the paint off of it, fucking stain the wood, stain the table, was gonna use it. One of the neighbors happened to be walking past, and they say, oh, I didn't know you did woodwork. I said, yeah, I do woodwork, you know, when I need something. They said, did you build that table? I said, no, but I restored the table. They came in and they're like, well, how much for it? And I said, I don't know, man. I'm kind of just looking to use it as my kitchen table. I don't have a decent kitchen table right now. The person went down, they brought their wife back. They said, well, I was looking at a table a lot like it, brand new. It was $900. I'll give you $650. Done. Let's let the varnish finish drying. Bring the $650 tomorrow. You can pick it up. $650 in a fucking weekend? Guess what I did? Did I go out and buy a new fucking furniture set? No, I took my ass to Goodwill and I bought another bullshit beat up fucking table and chair set and did that. I made a fucking bookcase once. Somebody loved it. I made them 3. Fucking, if you're sitting on your ass, life is passing you by. If you're okay with that, then let life pass you by. Where is the next talking point? I'll play this. I'm gonna jump up real quick. We're gonna talk about this. We're gonna talk about Florida.
So it turns out that James Fishback isn't even legally allowed to run for governor of Florida. See, this is straight out of Florida's Constitution. To run for governor of Florida, a person must be a resident of the state for at least the preceding 7 years. They also got to be a registered voter and 30 years old. But the 7 years is the important part. Because as recently as August 2025, just a few months ago, Fishback was claiming a $1,500 a year homestead deduction on a Northwest DC condo. Now, what do you have to do to be able to get a homestead exemption? Well, you have to sign a sworn affidavit certifying, subject to criminal penalties, that the DC condo was his primary non-transient residence. Oh, they also show the most recent deduction was applied August 4th, 2025, meaning he right now is still claiming that deduction. As of this current tax year, he is still claiming to be a resident of DC to save $1,500 a year. 7 years. He hasn't even been a resident for 7 months. So while his ideas are either profoundly stupid or amazingly illegal, he's also not eligible to run for governor.
This is the same thing with the mayor of New York. The mayor of New York got elected because he did the same thing everybody does. He promised the carrot to everybody, knowing he couldn't deliver the carrot. Now he's the mayor, and he wants to, like, we have a $12 billion deficit. Well, if you have a $12 billion deficit, motherfucker, maybe making the buses free isn't even a good idea. He ran on this idea that we're going to make the buses free, and then, like, a week after he took office, the governor raised the price of the buses. As they should. Because you can't have things run for free. It's not how it works. It takes money to do things. We could save a ton of money every year if we just let people die in the waiting room that don't have medical insurance. Do you have insurance? No. I'm sorry, you're fucked. Go to the county hospital. Hospitals. Can you still be a resident of a state if you're No. Generally, your primary residence is the residency of where you're saying I live here. You're saying I want the rights and benefits of here. Like, for example, I've always been a resident of the state of Illinois. My license plates have always been registered in Illinois. I've always filed Illinois tax. I never filed Kansas tax. I never filed Ohio tax. The reason why is, as a military member, there are exemptions where they state you're only in the state because we put you there. Now, that did mean I paid an awful lot of property tax. I paid property tax on my Kansas home and my Ohio home, but I had to do that because the moment I claimed the homestead exemption, I'm saying I now want to be a resident of Ohio, which means now I have to get an Ohio driver's license. I have to register my cars in Ohio. I just registered my cars in Illinois. And then they were like, we've never seen it done this way before. I said, well, it's okay. It's in the law. You have to do it. Tax reduction would be nice, but I don't think that will ever happen. Well, it won't ever happen because you got people like Liberty Twitcher who wants my money. And the only way the poor can take the rich people's money is through taxation. It's just that simple. If you want to have free hospitals, somebody has to pay for it. A lot of these small European countries, they say, well, we do it for our people. Yeah, what's your population? Your entire country has a population that would make you one of our smaller or mid-range states. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to provide free tax or free healthcare for 340 million people? 12 million of whom are in the country illegally, and 49.5 million of them are not citizens? That's a lot of fucking people. Could we do it? Yeah, but at what cost? At what cost? Should we do it right now? No. No, we should not. Should we strive to be a utopia society that allows us to do it? 30 million people tax 30%, might do some income tax reform, won't happen on a dime. Well, I got bad news for you, man. We already tax people more than that. So what are you talking about? Like, no offense, but we already tax people more than 30%. Yeah, we tax people more than 30% income tax. The majority of our, this is our tax brackets. After 609,000, you're paying 37%. You're like, tax them 30%. We're already taxing our richest people 37% on top of capital gains tax, which is taxed differently. And then people pay property tax, and then people pay sales tax, and then in some states we have state income tax, we have death tax, we have estate tax. You tax it when you make it, you tax it when you save it, you tax it when you die. You're always taxed on it. Yeah, and that's just a federal tax. That's not including what we tax people for Social Security, FICA, FUTA. Like, it's unreal how much we pay in taxes. Well, how about this? Let's fix the economy so it goes back to how it was pre-COVID and then keep it there. People would be a lot happier. Is that a possible solution? No. Because crab, the reason why people are unhappy is because pre-COVID, nobody was making 15 bucks an hour. And you bought into the Democrat liberal fucking agenda where you said $15 an hour will save your problems. And people like me said, no, no, it can't be fixed. The economy can't be fixed. What has to happen is people have to give up stuff. You can't get $10 worth of candy for $9. If you only have $9, you can only buy $9 worth of candy. I would be happy with a 10% flat tax. Okay, what services do you want to give up? It's a fair question. What services are you interested in giving up? We'll flat tax you 10% on your income, but it's $5,000 a year to have a car. Good? You good with that? Because what people don't realize is we haven't been good stewards of the taxpayer dollar. We have not been good stewards at all of the taxpayer dollar. And so, like for example, I just want you to look at the taxes. The taxes I'm paying on my I can't show that piece. This is the taxes I'm paying on my flight to fly down to Florida for 5 days. So my base fare was $3,000. But on top of that, I have to pay a transportation tax, a security fee, a flight segment tax, and a passenger facility charge. I have to pay $27 to go into the airport. No, if they stop wasting money, 10% wouldn't be good enough. Because if you drop the income tax to 10%, then all these fees would be 3 or 4 or 5 times higher. And some people would say, well, that's good. That's a usage tax. Well, what good is it to suddenly have a little bit of money if you can't do any of the things you wanted to do because now you can't afford the usage fee on the things you wanted to do? Well, I'd be able to pay my bills. Okay. Let's give up foreign aid completely, pull our bases back from elsewhere and focus on the United States. Why? Why do you think that would save any money? We gave out foreign aid and it was about 200 some odd billion. 200 billion out of a $6.1 trillion budget. Raise the high income tax to 56%. We tried that once in the past. It didn't work. Here's the thing I want to explain to people about they don't get it. People are under the belief that if after $1 million you taxed people at 90% after $1 million, then what would happen is there'd be another opportunity for somebody else to make a million and somebody else to make $1 million. I have an idea that can make $100 million a year. But if you're going to tax me at 90%, I sure as fucking going to do it. That doesn't mean there's suddenly $99 million worth of upward mobility. It just means that $100 million doesn't enter the economy. That means I don't build that third factory. I don't build that product. You don't have a place to sell your labor. $200 billion is a good start. No. Because we don't have that base there. We pay more to land all of our aircraft there. You can either pay it once or you can either pay it now or you can pay it there. You can pay it over here or pay it over there. It's the way of the world. Would I like to get rid of all foreign aid? Yes. Why do we need our land, our aircraft there if we give it the rest of the world? So what you're saying is you want to become completely xenophobic and isolationist and not do any business with any other countries. Where are we getting noble gases? Where are we getting rare earth metals? We don't have everything in America that we need. We don't. Not in the quantities we need. We don't have, the United States is not self-sufficient. We've just recently found lithium and cobalt in America. It is going to be multi-billion-dollar endeavor to create the mines we need to get into those assets. Hell of a lot better to give South Africa. No, we can be self-sufficient at today's industrial level. We don't have the things we need to advance technologically. I mean, we do, but it's going to be 10 times the cost to get the cobalt and the lithium that we found in the Carolinas, rather than giving South Africa $25 billion in foreign aid, and then they let our companies go in there and strip mine their country. Have you seen how much damage to the environment cobalt and lithium mines do? It's a lot. Do you want to strip mine the shit out of South Africa or South Carolina? What's my thought on a national consumption tax? I think a national consumption tax is great, but as always, before we do that, I want to balance the budget and I want to cut all the waste. I don't want to raise more money until we stop spending 20 cents out of every tax dollar on a national debt. It would be great if we infused another billion or another $1 trillion annually into the government, but then we would waste it. Yeah, but China can't take Taiwan, so it's a moot point. China can't invade Taiwan and win because they don't have the ability to project deep water naval power. And so we can intercept Chinese aircraft from our Asian bases. So China has to fly the entire duration, and once they're in the air, they're really big fucking targets because China doesn't have stealths. Now, you said as somebody who lived on military bases your whole life, I wouldn't mind paying 30% taxes if they fix military houses from being shitholes. Right. So keep in mind, the group of people that have the most complaints are the people that aren't allowed to complain. Now, I was Air Force. The only base housing I ever lived in was Air Force base housing. I lived in 2 different Air Force base housings, and then I just chose to never live in base housing again. See, the thing is it's great that you want whatever. You notice that as soon as I said to the person who spent all their time bitching to tell me their story, they didn't tell me their story because they fucked up their life and they want me to pay for it. They want you to pay for it. Yet every other fucking thing in the world to say, as soon as I said the next thing I want from you is tell me why your life is so fucked up. And they don't want to tell me. I don't mind a person who says, I fucked my life up and the rules of the game are punishing. And I'll be like, yeah, absolutely. The rules of the game are punishing. I said earlier in the show, I agree with about 1 out of every 10 things Donald Trump says. Donald Trump wants to force the American credit card companies to cap their rates at 10% for 1 year. I think that would be amazing. I think it would be amazing if the American credit card companies had to cap their interest rates at 10% for 1 year. That would allow a lot of people to attack their principal. But guess what? Those same people that got COVID checks didn't attack their principal. They bought TVs and shoes and cars and computers and graphics cards and power supplies and CDs and well, not CDs, nobody buys those anymore, but DVDs. Do you have debt? Yes. Stop buying shit. And I know people don't want to hear this. Do you have debt? Yes. Get a second job. Get a second job. Period. There are a few ways to get rich quick. Most of the ways to get rich quick are shortcuts, and shortcuts are always the longest road. Bought a house, looked around the house. I needed a washer, a dryer, a fridge, a stove, a microwave. And what I did was I said, you know what? I'm gonna get a job at Best Buy. Why? Because back in the day, get a job at Best Buy. After you've been there 90 days, you can buy all your appliances at cost plus. 91st day of work, I went into work 2 hours early, told my manager I was making some purchases. Manager said, cool. I went along. I bought a washer, a dryer, fridge, range, microwave, and we rang it all up. And my manager said, so let me guess, after this shift, I'm never going to see you again? I said, hell no, you're going to see me. He's like, really? I said, yeah, I still need a TV stand, a sound system, and a new computer. But I bought all that stuff at cost plus. I figured out a way to reduce my need, and so I didn't draw out of my primary paycheck. I drew off of my secondary paycheck. And I got the discount. Was it fun? No. Did I like working some days, 14, 15, 16-hour days? Hell no. Hell no, I didn't. But then at a point came, my house was remodeled. It had all new appliances. I had two new front windows, a new air conditioner, a new furnace, a new water heater. I took an old piece of shit house, made it nice. Was it work? Yeah. It was work. Told you about the two guys around here. 2 guys for 5 years. Fucking kicking rocks, bitching all the time. I said, why the fuck don't you guys go get some skills? I lived in a German farming town, a lot of cheap ass houses. Said, why are you paying fucking $900 a month in rent when you can get a mortgage with the PMI for $875? Each of these 2 guys bought one of these piece of shit houses. And then they're like, well, what do I do with it? The houses were shit. I'm going to outright. The houses were pieces of shit. And I said, well, your first goal is to get the bathroom working. The second goal is to get the kitchen working. The third room to get working is your master bedroom. So that now you don't feel so sorry about yourself. Well, I don't know how to do this. Then go to Lowe's, go to Menards, go to Home Depot. They do classes. Learn. 5 years later, those guys are doing, they work together. They're doing home renovation. They each went to a different trade school. Make fucking money. It's why I don't do it. I don't have the motivation to work 2 jobs to afford the 10-year plan to clear my debt. The max I could work in a day is 12 hours if I had to do 10 years, but I would have to do 14 to 16. I don't think I could do it. Well, then, yeah. Then in your case, you got slammed with $300,000 in kidney debt. Your chief complaint shouldn't be about the system. Your chief complaint should be about how shitty it is when you need an organ transplant. Your complaint shouldn't be about like how terrible working is. You should be like, hey man, getting a kidney transplant fucked my life. You're literally talking about more than a house worth of whatever. Have you considered going to the hospital and just outright telling them, guys, I've been paying you back for years and I'm going to have to pay you back for years. You're never going to get your money. Like, have you considered at that much debt just saying fuck it and not pay it? Have you considered bankruptcy? Because in your case, if everything you're saying is true and you're not spending on stupid shit, you have a really good case for bankruptcy. I don't know if you own your house, if you're in a house. But for you, first thing I would do is contact the hospital and see if they'll knock down the bill any. They're like, look, guys, I've been paying you for fucking years. I'm never going to be able to pay this off. And since I'm never going to be able to pay this off, You're not going to get your money. Sometimes if the hospital hears hardship, they'll knock the dollar amount down. You didn't even do anything and you reduce the amount of money you owe. All he said is, I ain't going to be able to pay you. Not, I'm not going to pay you. Can you declare bankruptcy when I make money? Yes, absolutely. You have a hardship exemption. You literally are working hard and you are buried under a life-altering event that you're never going to be able to pay down. Let me do a real quick check for you. See if I can find you an easy path. I think in your case, you're gonna have to talk to a bankruptcy attorney. You're gonna have to talk to a bankruptcy attorney. You probably are gonna fail the Chapter 7, test. So you're probably gonna have to file Chapter 13 bankruptcy. But what will happen, what will end up happening is you will get a dollar amount assigned by the court. The court will turn around and say, based on your projections, you will never pay this off. So this is your 3 to 5 year plan, whatever the judge decides. I'm not your bankruptcy attorney, but they'll set up a dollar amount that you'll pay back, and the hospital just be told, suck it. This is what the courts have ordered to pay back. Yeah, you're not gonna be able to do Chapter 7 bankruptcy because you have reliable, not low income. But again, you need to talk to you're gonna need to talk to a bankruptcy attorney. But yeah, it's gonna be you could get the debt discharged. You'll pay for 5 years what the judge says you'll pay for 5 years, and then they'll discharge the rest, and they just won't get it. Which is another reason why hospitals are sometimes so ridiculously expensive. But remember everybody said Obamacare is great. Obamacare fucked you. Obamacare fucked every single person. I'm going to show you how Obamacare fucked you. Obamacare allows insurance companies to only pay 70%. So, as I've used this example because I was in radiology as a BMET, all things combined, all the people, the tech, the cleaning person, the radiologist, the medical person that makes the appointments, brings you in, checks you in, the BMET who calibrates the machine, every hour of MRI work, we need $2,500. And so what happens is we need $2,500 for every hour of MRI work, but the insurance company only pays 70% of that. So if we charge you $2,500, then the insurance company's only going to pay $1,750, and we're going to lose money on that. So instead, the hospital charges you $3,571.43 for your MRI. Because that way, when the insurance company only pays 70% of that, you get $2,500. But what does that do to the person that doesn't have insurance? They end up paying over $1,000 more out of pocket in cash for an MRI. I tell everybody, you should never not have any insurance. Because insurance, even if your insurance pays a very small percentage, what you're getting is the negotiated rate, not the cash rate. Your medical insurance plan is staying right with God, so if I die, I die. Right, like my daughter was in the hospital for 2 weeks. Somebody had made a mistake on somebody had made a mistake on my daughter's paperwork. And so my daughter's medical bill came to me, and I called them and I said, first, y'all made a mistake. Second of all, if y'all think you're getting this money out of my pocket, you fucking done lost your mind. It's like over $1 million with all the tests she had. When my little one was born, her medical bill was over $1 million. When I was in the hospital, I think my medical bill for 2 nights in the hospital was something like $35,000. And I'm like, I don't give a shit because I ain't paying it. I'm like, I don't even have a fucking copay. $14 for a fucking IV bag, and I needed like 6 IV bags. $14 for salt water? Shit. At the hospital, like, well, we're gonna give you some Tylenol. No, you ain't. Why? Because I'm on my way out the door. I have Tylenol in my car. Well, the doctor wants you to have it before you're discharged. Why? So you can charge the taxpayer like $8 for one 350 milligram Tylenol? No, I've got a bottle of 350s in the console of my car. I'll just take one of those. That's another thing that's wrong with America. People keep talking about we need free healthcare. We need free healthcare. No, we need healthcare to make fucking sense first. We need healthcare to make sense. Insulin should be free. Diabetics, type 1 diabetics, not obese diabetics, but type 1 diabetics should get their insulin for free. They should just have $100 deductible out of their tax return. They shouldn't have to pay anything cash. It should just get tacked on their return. People that are anaphylactically allergic to things and need an EpiPen. Did you know an EpiPen has less than $3 worth of epinephrine in it? Did you know that? You can have a vial of epinephrine that has 3 times the amount of epinephrine in the EpiPen, and all they've done, all the money is for the auto injector. Why are they so expensive? Because if you don't have it, you die. And most people can't draw up epinephrine while they're going into anaphylactic shock. It's capitalism. The government as designed cannot run like a business. It needs to be able to run like a business. It needs to be able to run like a business. Billing dollar bottle of water, right? I got a little time left.
So it turns out
another day I can't stay late. I have I got to start like checking in for my flight today. Southwest Airlines, I'm going to bitch about them next week one way or the other. They're fucking bullshit. How the fuck you can be in row 2? How you can be in row 2 but be in boarding group 2 and your bags go above seat 8 makes no sense to me. I'll be talking about that next week if it turns into an issue. We were talking about communism. Yeah, I leave tomorrow.
Name a country where communism worked. Name a country where socialism worked. How about you name a country where communism wasn't overthrown by foreign invasion or sabotaged by foreign government to the point of breakdown?
Benin, Burma, Chad, Chile, China, Congo, Cuba, Egypt, Guinea, India, Madagascar, Mali, North Korea, Senegal, Sierra Leone, Somalia, the Soviet Union, Sudan, Syria, Tanzania, Tunisia, Yemen, Zambia, and East Germany. Now, some people will say, well, some of those countries like North Korea were invaded. Well, that doesn't really matter here because that invasion didn't lead to the collapse of the socialist state. Just because your country was invaded in the past doesn't mean you get to blame all of the failures indefinitely on that invasion. In all of these cases, socialism did not fall because of foreign invasion or because of a foreign coup. In all of these cases, socialism failed because of the socialist policies themselves. The reason socialists don't know this is because they don't research the very countries that implemented the policies that they support, which is the only reason you could possibly continue to support said failed policies.
You'll hear all the time people will say, the reason why communism has failed and socialism has failed is because those countries have been invaded. Who invaded the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics? Nobody did. Nobody invaded the USSR. Now, could socialism work? Yes, on a small scale. Could communism work? Yeah, it does. It works every day. The Amish, the Quakers, the Presbyterians, the Methodists that live a commune life, it works. Communism only helped the poor anyway and lift them up a little bit and everyone would be worse off, in my opinion. Yeah, it would. Because the problem is, I'll speak anecdotally. The reason why my streaming career doesn't grow is because I'm not nice. I'm not polite. I don't accept bullshit. I don't turn a blind eye to sexism, racism, homophobia, transphobia. I don't do that because I don't have to do this. As I've said many times in the past, my vision is being affected, my hands, my feet. Some point is going to come. I'm going to wake up on one day. I'm going to say, guys, this is it. This is the last show. This is just, there's no point to this. I do this because I enjoy doing this. For 5 years, I haven't made a penny off of my streaming. Period. Dot. Haven't made a penny. And one guy accused me of, he's like, well, you don't make a penny, but you take money out of your company. No. The 4080 machine, I paid for. That's mine. That's my toy box. The streaming machine, that's my toy box. My company doesn't buy my monitors, my keyboards, my headsets. I don't pilfer money. I put money into Fiverr. I put money into the websites. That is what it is. I get necessity drives innovation. I get that. If you're hungry, you're going to be a better streamer because you need to make money at the end of the day. Like, for example, I could have chosen, after I got into the Kick Partner Program, to go over to Kick completely and just try to grow there. But I don't need the money. I don't need it. It's why I donate it. It's why I donated everything we made last Wednesday to that vet. It's why I donate 10% to Extra Life every year. Communism isn't an answer. I'm sorry, communism isn't the end-all be-all answer. What we have right now is we have the fall of the next empire. America has had less than 20 years of peace. Its whole history. America's history in 250 years, we've had less than 20 years of peace. The last two presidents, Biden and Trump, have chosen to keep us off of a wartime footing. Well, if your country has only had 20 years of peace in its entire existence, and its government, your entire economy runs on war, well, what the hell do you think is going to happen when you haven't had a war in 10 years? Communism and socialism makes the poor a little bit better and makes the rich a whole lot worse. But remember, we've already proven in this country, taxing the ultra rich at a ridiculous tax rate doesn't create more money. They just stop making money. As I said, if I have $100 million idea, but you're going to tax me 90% on everything over $1 million, why the fuck am I going to work hard enough to make $100 million for you to take 90 million of it? Why am I going to do that? And who does that hurt? That hurts all the workers that would have had jobs. People say, because Bernie Sanders says trickle-down economics doesn't work, and Nancy Pelosi says trickle-down economics doesn't work, well, that doesn't mean it doesn't not work. It means they were expecting trickle-down economics to work on the personal side of the equation. That's called charity. That's called charity. Boeing opened a plant here 5 years ago, 4 years ago. My property value went up $70,000 in 5 years. Why? Because there's an employer with 650 jobs right up the road. Because the Boeing plant moved in, they expanded the train. So now we have a train station. Our airport is getting another terminal. So this town is jumping. I believe the corporate tax could go up some. No, it couldn't. Fuck off, man. The corporate tax rate is already 21%. The fucking corporate tax rate is already 21%. They already take more than 20% of the money corporations make. I wonder why corporations don't give more money to its employees. Because what we need to do is get rid of the court ruling that says corporations are beholden to the profitability of the shareholders. That's what we need to do. If I got elected as CEO of Disney, I would bump everybody up $5 an hour. Everybody in Florida. I don't know California. I don't study their statistics. I study Orlando because that's where I'm moving to. I would bump everybody in Orlando up $5 an hour. Not because I want to give my employees more money, but because I want to raise the standard. Because I want to get rid of all the shitbirds. If I want $26 an hour employees, I have to pay $26 an hour. I want to get rid of all the shitbirds. Easy peasy. By doing that, I force Universal Studios to raise their up to $26 an hour. Now we're going to have an influx of people to the Orlando area. But guess what? All the people that can't get jobs because they're shitbirds, they're going to move out of the Orlando area. Because the two main paying jobs, they know they can't get. My buddy does profit sharing at his restaurant now. I think this year, he hasn't needed me to do anything for a while for him. I think all of his employees as servers make $22 an hour plus fair share of 50% of the profits, 50% of the tips. But all of his employees make $22 an hour. You think he has any problem finding qualified servers? No. He doesn't get people coming to work pissed off, miserable, dirty, dingy yellow shirts, because now he has enough staff that the staff know they come to work in a dirty, dingy, not washed yellow shirt. He's going to say, go home. You're out of uniform. The women have their nails painted, done. They're not chipped. Their makeup looks good. The men come in. They don't have 5 o'clock shadows. They don't look like ass because they're making $22 an hour plus their fair share of 50% of the tip pool. The other 50% of the tip pool doesn't go to the owner. It goes into the payroll pool to keep these guys making $22 an hour. Is there some belief that profit sharing helps have better employees? Yes. But the remainder of that sentence is, but it hurts the bottom performers. No facial piercings. No facial piercings. That's discrimination. No, it's not. It's not discrimination. As long as nobody can have them. As long as you have a rule book and it's applied uniformly, no visible tattoos. It's discrimination. No, it's not. I'm the guy with tattoos who wrote the no visible tattoos policy. Doesn't say no tattoos, says no visible. If you keep the corp taxes lower, the corp will raise wages in the local economy. What about the other parts of the country? Well, that's the problem. You're trying to apply solutions to regional. You're trying to apply a one-size-fits-all solution to regions. Why should the federal minimum wage go up? In my town, if you make $15,000 a year, you can live really well in this town. Your rent, your groceries, your utilities, your internet, your phone bill, and a bus pass. $15,000. You can live on $15,000. That's bare minimum, Bobby. That is bare. That's a part-time job in my state, because my state has a $15 an hour minimum wage. But my state includes Chicago, Springfield, Champaign, Urbana, Naperville, Aurora. People down here get paid $15 an hour minimum wage, but they live in an apartment for $550 a month. It's a nice apartment. The building is nice. It's not a slum. I wouldn't put my daughter in a slum. I wouldn't put my best friend in a slum. Building's nice. $550. The problem is a federal national wage or federal minimum wage impacts everybody the same, but it doesn't give you the buying power to live in New York City. It doesn't give you the buying power to live in Cali. It doesn't give you the buying power to live in like metropolis areas, because you have to want to live there. You have to be an earner. Shit. I think the fucking rent on my apartment 25 years ago was I paid $15,000 a year for my one apartment. And that was considered, oh my God. Isn't the Fed responsible for the overall health of a nation? If corps are mostly urban areas, what does the Fed do about the other parts? The Fed doesn't do anything about it. We have a laissez-faire capitalism system. Here's the thing, and until workers get this through their head, you're not being treated unfairly by the corporation. Let me know when the day comes where 6 guys rang your doorbell, you answered the door, they yanked you out of your house, threw you in a van, and took you to a factory and made you work, and then only agreed to pay you $7 an hour. Let me know when that day happens. Because there ain't a single person who's an indentured servant living in 2026. There are some slaves, there are some sex workers, there are some trafficked persons. Those are all illegal. We're not talking about that. Every single person that has a job knew what the job paid and agreed to do that job. They agreed to sell 40 hours of their labor for X amount of money. End the Fed. We need to stop the debasement of the currency and pay down our debt. Don't end the Fed. Why are you trying to end the Fed? The Fed is the only reason why the fucking economy hasn't collapsed. Donald Trump, as soon as Jerome Powell's term is over and Donald Trump's crony gets in, the fucking economy is going to goddamn collapse. You think you have it bad now? Wait till that dumb fuck lowers the interest rates. Oh, you don't believe me? Watch this shit. You got a house for sale for $300,000. And you got 10 buyers, but only 3 can afford to get a mortgage on that house. The other 7 can't afford to get it because interest rates are too high. So now we dropped the interest rates. Now we have 10 out of 10 buyers can buy that house. What's going to happen to the price of that house? Think the price of that house is going to come down? No, because one buyer is going to bid $300,000. Wait, exactly, because they will lower the interest rate to bail out the loans of the bank. No, they're not. What do you mean bail out the loans of the bank? Banks aren't going to get bailed out. The bank doesn't give a shit. The bank doesn't fucking care what interest rates are. The bank doesn't care because of the way a mortgage is structured. The bank is the house. The house always wins. Do you think ever in the, 10 or 13 houses I've bought to live in myself, do you think the bank has ever been mad at me 4 months later, when I sell the older house because I flipped it, I show up at the bank and I say, oh, by the way, here's the 300,000 or here's the 169,000 I owe on my house. Think the bank has ever been mad at me? They're like, fuck no, thanks for the money, the little bit of interest, and we made all the money we wanted to make on the underwriting. Because they charged me underwriting fees to give me a fucking mortgage. They got to hold on to, they get to keep the underwriting fees. I don't get 256 of 360 slices of my underwriting fee back because I only carried the mortgage for 4 months. The bank's happy as shit. Banks don't lose. Banks don't lose. The thing is that what's going to happen is home prices are going to go up. Home prices are going to go through the roof. Donald Trump is too fucking dumb, short-sighted to know you don't drop the interest rates this quickly. Donald Trump is too foolish to understand the housing crisis cannot be solved by putting more buying power in the hands of the buyers. Two things need to happen with the housing crisis. Number one, private equity firms should not be allowed to buy single-family homes. Single-family homes should not be allowed to be bought that way. Number two, we need to teach people that you do not get to live in a 3,000 square foot home just because you grew up in a 3,000 square foot home that your parents owned 5 years before they got you. What we need to do is we need to have the younger siblings talk to the older siblings, and the older siblings be good older siblings and be like, yeah, man, you don't understand how good you had it. You were born into this house. You should have. I remember the house I lived in as a 5 and a 6 year old. We lived in a shoebox. People want to live in a 3,000 square foot house. My daughter and my son-in-law, I said they'll figure it out. They bought a $600,000 house. They bought a $600,000 house. And then my daughter called me and she was upset and she's like, we can't make ends meet. I said, well, baby, I can't help you. And she's like, well, why not? I said, you're living in a house double the value of mine. I'm not gonna bail you. You guys made a dumbass decision. You guys bought a $600,000 house on one income. I don't even know how the fuck you got the mortgage. But, I think he got his VA loan. I said, what you guys need to do is you need to sell that house. Now that subdivision is developed, they ended up making $75,000 on that house. Then they took all that and they put it into another house. And my son-in-law went in, he cleaned up the property and he redid the floors in the house. The property, it was a couple of acres. Hey, buddy. It was a couple of acres. They were living in a trailer while he was working on the house. He cleaned up the property real nice. Lot of weekends, lot of hard work. Somebody came along who had been looking at the property before he had cleaned it up. All he did was clean up the property and redo the floors. They made an offer to pay all closing costs, all processing fees, and they bid $75,000 over what he paid for it. This young man, by the sweat of his brow and the labor of his back, made $150,000 in 2 real estate transactions. Then when they called me and they said, we need your help with something you can't help with, I said, what's that? They're like, how fucked are we on tax liability? I said, as long as you get that money into a fucking house within 60 days, you're good. But they had $150,000 in fucking profit, minus the first house's closing fees and shit. But then they got the house they really wanted with the land they really wanted. That is not skill. That is fucking luck. That is hard work. But people are trying to buy, kids are trying to buy houses they can't afford. I want to live close to my mom and dad. Your mom and dad's house was the subdivision was built 30 years ago. Yeah. There's 30 years of gains of appreciation on that asset. You've got an established school district. You've got established businesses. You need to move, like where I'm at, you need to go 2 off-ramps down the interstate and go to the small little farm town out there. You can get the same size house as mine for $120. My house is now $308. You can get $120,000, same size house, same floor plan, $180,000 cheaper. Yeah, you got your condo during the crash of 2008. I got my house. I couldn't find a house to buy when I first got to Kansas. It took me a year to find a house. Well, it took me, it didn't take me a full year. I just had 2 classes that I had to go to LRO school, and then I had to go to ASBC and ECAC. And as soon as I got back from ECAC, I started looking. I found a house. I closed on it. Yeah, luck is the intersection of hard work and opportunity. What looks like luck to an outsider is almost always the result of the hard work you didn't see. But now, Donald Trump wants to lower the interest rate. I understand why Donald Trump wants to lower the interest rate, because Donald Trump needs to lower the interest rate in order to finance all the loans that the U.S. has, because we're upside down. Our national debt ceiling should not be $35 trillion. If our GDP is 29 trillion, we'll call it 30. Our national debt should be 15 max. We should be a cash and carry government. What should happen is the next 10 years, if I got elected King of America, the next 10 years would suck. The next 10 years would suck ass. Because number one, I would destabilize the entire global economy. Because I would say, if you owe us money, you better get your ass into DC. And if we owe you money, show up if you want, but we're going to do a lot of horse trading. I'd be calling up countries and being like, you owe us $600 billion. I want that. Give me that shit. $600 billion. Okay, now, I owe you 200, you 150, you 100, you 50, I pocket this 50. Now I've shed a bunch of our debt, and I'm 50 up. Remember, the United States is owed more than it owes. I would call all that debt. I would call all of it. And the ones that couldn't pay me, I would pay off other countries. I would just transfer the debt. It would be horse trading at its finest. Here's the US, here's country 1, here's country 2. Country 1 owes us 150. We owe country 2 152. I would say, you don't owe me anymore. You owe them. Here's the 2. Both of these are closed. Get out of my office. Because only after we do that would we shed a third of our debt. And we would take that 20 cents on the dollar back down to like 13 cents on the dollar. Now that's 7 cents on the dollar difference. All 7 cents of that would be going down to pay the national debt. We're gonna keep the belt tight because we're gonna pay this shit down. Also, we would spend 3 years at the exact same spending level. We would whatever we funded it in this year, we're gonna fund it next year, the year after, and the year after that. Sorry, military, you're not getting any raises. Sorry, Social Security people, you're not getting any cost of living adjustments. We're not changing spending. Because then we would have 3 years of income. And then in the 4th year, we would only spend what we had earned in that 3rd year. We would now know what our cash and carry budget is. Congress would no longer be spending money we don't have yet. They would only be allowed to spend the money we do already have. Look, guys, here's the problem. Look, players. You have 6.1 trillion in expenses, but we only have 4.1 trillion in income. So we gotta do that. We gotta shave 2 trillion out of the fucking budget. We gotta do it. It's ugly, but we gotta do it. And then people would be like, well, what's gotta go? Well, guess what, Congressman? It's time for you to make some hard decisions. We can't afford to keep spending. We can't afford to keep spending. We simply can't. If we ever want to have free healthcare, we have to understand free healthcare isn't a next year thing or 5-year thing or 10-year thing. Free healthcare is a 35-year plan. Because 35 years, we would need 150,000 more general practitioner doctors. Listen to that number. We would have to increase the total number of general practitioner doctors in this country by $150,000. 150,000. Which means we're going to need 150,000 more registered nurses just to work in general practitioner offices. We're going to need 300,000 med techs to work in doctors' offices and 150,000 medical assistants to work in doctors' offices. You're talking about nearly 1 million people that have to have specific jobs. We don't have the schools to generate. You're right. In 35 years, there's not enough nurses and doctors now. Guys, I nearly had a heart attack last January. I was on a walking trail. I got home. The next day, because of the nature of the condition, I got home at about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and I had a 7 o'clock in the morning the next morning stress test echocardiogram. I had a breathing test the next week, and I didn't get to see the pulmonologist until last fucking week. I had the fucking heart condition in January of 25, and I didn't see the fucking pulmonologist until February of 26. And I have the best fucking insurance you can have over the best fucking insurance you can have. They have 3 doctors for their whole health network. They have 3 lung doctors. 3. Pulmonology appointment is usually 30 minutes. That means that doctor is seeing 14 to 16 patients a day. I was on the waiting list. But the problem is, specialists are the problem. And so are general doctors. My GP is booked out for 7 weeks. The only reason why I have a way around the GP's number, the GP waiting list, because of the nature of my medical condition. I have to send in a message to the tech. Anyway, it's 2 o'clock on the dot. I love you all, but I love my vacations more. I am now officially in vacation mode. Do not ping me on my own fucking Discord unless you are on fire and you're in Orlando, or we get more Ashes of Creation lawsuit stuff. I'm going to be hanging out with Mickey Mouse. I'm going to be hanging out with Donald Duck. Okay. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not going to have my computer with me. I'm not going to be able to do much, but I will be back. I will not be back doing a show until next Thursday. I get back next Tuesday, but I got some shit I got to do on Wednesday. I will say hi to Donald for you. I will see you guys next week.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy,